Tammy's in here. She's just an attendee, so we just need.
Okay, so Tammy Donaldson is just will be connecting in a minute. She's with us. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the December 11th budget meeting of Dysart. It's a pretty exciting time. I know Barbara worked extremely hard to get us here where we are today, to be able to be presented to council. Department heads have been working since early October on this, so I really appreciate all that effort and work to get to this first budget meeting today. Before we get started, just a reminder to all of council and anyone listening, the weather forecast is calling for a real mixed bag tomorrow of weather. Could be snow, could be sleet, could be freezing rain, could be a multitude of things. So, you know, if you're getting calls, our roads department will do their best to get out. There's a lot of people that are up at their properties that aren't usually up at their properties at this time and maybe have a different, you know, expectation that the road would be plowed by 9 a.m. That's not going to happen. So patience, drive carefully and be safe on the roads tomorrow. So with that, we will call the meeting to order and I'll ask the clerk to do roll call.
All right, Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Perfect.
Okay. Mallory. So the next is to adopt the agenda. So I need a mover and seconder to adopt the agenda for today. So Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on December 11, 2020 be approved as presented. All in favor? That carries. And next, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Other than we're all taxpayers and that doesn't count. So seeing none, we will move on to the budget presentation. And what I just like to say is I'm basically going to be turning it over to Barbara this meeting today. She is our treasurer. And then each department head, as they go through their presentation, they will be screen sharing and showing the slide deck of their presentation, and then we'll hold to questions. And I sort of give permission to, I will still see all of you. Barbara's not able to see all of you with the slide deck on her screen. So what's going to happen is we will take, the department heads can take questions directly. So it is harder on Zoom to make sure that people don't talk over each other. So we'll still, we'll see how it flows. There's lots of opportunity for questions. This is a first draft budget. This is not by any means a final. It's what presented to council from you know, how we do business year over year and how we want to change how we do things and how we plan for reserves, etc. So with that, but Barb, I'm going to turn it over to you for the overall the beginning. Where you go.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Roberts, and good morning, members of council. Welcome to the 2021 budget first draft here. So I will share my screen and we'll walk through the presentation. Just before we start, each manager is going to be presenting their budget for their department. We ask that any questions for that department manager be kept until the end of that presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions from council. So I'm just going to take a minute here to share my screen. Okay, so can you see the introduction page for the budget? Okay, I see some nods there, so that's a good thing. Okay, so we're just going to start off with 2020 year in review. 2020 has been a very interesting year for us. Obviously, with the COVID-19 pandemic, it certainly has turned our world upside down somewhat. So that there has provided some pressures on the municipal operations. Just a little bit of a statistic here. We do have the Emergency Control Operations Group that was meeting regularly throughout the year. Statistically, they've put in over 2,000 man hours in the meetings. So that equates to one full-time position. So it just gives you a little bit of a scope on how the pandemic has played out on the municipality in terms of staff resources. So 2020, again, because of COVID, we've had some projects that have either been delayed or deferred. We're looking at deferring roughly $266,000 worth of capital projects into the 2021 budget. The 2020 budget will recognize that expense, and the 2021 budget will draw those expenses from reserves. So that will alleviate some of the pressure on the 2021 budget. There, with the COVID-19, the municipality did receive a grant called the Safe Restart Grant. And that basically there is funds allocated specifically to manage through municipal operation pressures, whether it be revenues, extra costs. So we did receive a lump sum of money, a substantial amount of money, and you'll see where staff is recommending to use some of that money throughout the 2020 and 2021 budgets. So the working funds as of November 30th is sitting at 1.6 million. You'll see that has increased substantially over 2019. And basically there, if you recall, last year we received the Municipal Modernization Grant. Based on the terms of the contract agreement, we had to bring that money into our surplus. So just to let council know that there is still a balance on that money. We can still draw from that. But I just wanted to point that out, that that is part of the $1.6 million working fund. So we'll move on to 2021 and municipal taxation. That's one of our key components of revenue. This budget here, this first draft budget represents a zero increase on the municipal levy. We did achieve 0.9% of new growth in 2021, roughly about $90,000. Historically, our four-year average over the last 4 years is $115,000. So it's slightly down a bit. You know, MPAC and staff have been working to get that new assessment, but with COVID, there's a little bit of a delay as well. Again, the majority of our property taxation, 95% residential and 5% commercial and industrial. So here, this slide illustrates the curve for our municipal taxation, and obviously with a zero impact on the municipal taxation, that has flatlined from 20 to 21. We do not have the rates from the county or the Board of Education, so the chart here reflects the 2020 rates. And you'll see here that the education rate has come down from 2017, trending downward to 2020. So here is the commercial tax rate representing 5% of our assessment. And again, you can see that it's flatlined from 20 to 21, going in at a zero levy increase. Here we have the municipal levy, obviously trending upwards. The upward trend from 20 to 21 represents the growth, the $90,000 growth. 2021 municipal levy will be just shy of $10 million this year. Now, with COVID, the 2021 would have been a new CVA year, but MPACT has put a hold on that. So basically the assessment is based on the roll from 2020. And if you're looking at a 1% tax levy increase, that represents $99,300. So we'll go into our next component of revenue, and that is funding of not only our total municipal levy. So our levy actually, it's covering about 58.7% of our municipal expenditures. That has increased 1% over last year. A key component to help fund our municipal operations is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, the OMPF funding. We did get an increase of roughly $90,000, $239 per household. And again, our advantage here is the rural communities component and the northern communities component that actually has given us that advantage. So this chart here just lays out the different sources of funding, and you can see here our property taxation is working hard. We do have our federal grants, and then we also have other non-taxation, which is basically user fees, transfers to and from reserves, and PIL payments. So now we'll move into our funding of grants. We do rely on grants to help with municipal operations. Grants are also a great opportunity to advance the municipality, especially in capital projects. They are very costly. So we have currently, we are managing 20 grants. That is quite a few grants. So there's different bodies that provide these grants. We have the federal grants, and we're familiar with the federal gas tax, which is for infrastructure. Currently, we have a federal grant with FedEv. It's the Canadian Experiences Fund for our visitor center. And we have our regular CMOG, which is the Canadian Museums Operating Grant. So additionally, with the COVID pandemic, there's been quite a few new grants that have come out. Some are application-based, some are not. The provincial body is administrating those. Some of these grants are bilateral grants in partnership with the federal government, but it's the provincial body that's managing those grants. So we're familiar with the OMPF. Earlier, I mentioned about the Safe Restart. We've got $475,000, and that is to alleviate some of the pressures due to COVID-19. So we are looking at perhaps alleviating some of the revenue loss at our arena for ice rentals. We're looking at some of the revenue loss for our medical center parking gate. Because one of our main tenants is conducting patient appointments by telephone, we don't have the regular traffic going through our parking lot, which is having quite an impact on our gate revenue. We have the Ontario, the OSIF, which is the another infrastructure, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which helps with our roads infrastructure. And now we also have two grants with Connecting Links to basically studies for our downtown, our drainage there on Maple Ave. And we're also looking at another grant for our sewer and wastewater system. So continuing with grants, one stream that's really been active lately is the ISIP, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Fund. And so this is the stream to do with the COVID resilience. And we heard that we're going to receive through the local infrastructure, municipal infrastructure, we've been allocated $100,000 for different initiatives. We're looking at active transportation, the allocation portion for some of our sidewalks. There's also an application portion within that stream. We're currently working on that. That's another 100,000 that can basically be used for active transportation and other initiatives. We also have an active application through the Community Culture and Recreation for the Rotary Beach rehabilitation. So it's becoming quite a task to manage these grants. Each grant is unique. Each one has its own set of conditions. Each grant has its own reporting structure. It involves reporting, uploading onto a web portal. It involves administrating the progress reporting. It involves making applications for claims. It involves gathering all the information together to make that application. For the most part, any grant money we get, we have to have some pretty good records in place because we are subject to an audit. So moving on to our next source of funding, long-term borrowing. Currently, we have a debt repayment of $819,000, which is made up of a combination of debentures, leases, and some internal loans. So our 2021 ARL is allowing us up to $2.2 million in debt repayment. Currently, the $819,000 represents about 37% of that limit. So another source of borrowing or funding our municipal budget is our reserve balances. And our reserve balances have been very busy, namely our development reserve. Currently, we have about 3.5 million projected at the end of 2020. That is a net increase of about $136,000 over 2020. The 2021 budget is projecting a net decrease of $180,000. There's quite a few capital and infrastructure projects that are projected for 2021. The draw on the reserves is $824,000, and we can see here that roughly $520,000 refers to infrastructure for equipment. We've got a new tandem truck coming in. We've got the excavator lease buyout, and we're looking at purchasing a pickup truck. So the net draw or transfer into the reserve is $644,000. Something new that staff is recommending this year is transferring some money into the development reserve for maintenance. And the three items under maintenance is washouts, snow plowing, and sanding and salting. The idea here is to have a more streamlined budget within those three maintenance activities rather than the municipal budget taking some of the peaks and valleys that may occur. Also looking at having a cap. So the example is for washouts, we're looking at putting $40,000 into the reserve in 2021. Perhaps we continue that for the next 5 years and have a cap of $200,000 on washouts. We don't, unfortunately, we're at the mercy of weather, so we don't know how detrimental washouts can be, and based on our terrain, we have experienced some significant events in the past. So we also have some transfers into the reserve for infrastructure, equipment, our regular vehicle equipment, and some parks and rec capital. So here we're just looking at a picture of the reserves over the last 6 years. They've been up and down. They've been relatively consistent, but they're also very, very, they're very stressed. So we need to make sure that we're managing them at a reasonable level and having the funds available to manage growth within the municipality as well. So the next slide here, this just depicts the expenses by department. So you can see here, as usual, our 3 leaders are transportation, environment, and protection. They make up a significant amount of our budget. So now we're going to move on into more the departmental part of the presentation there. And so I'm going to speak to the general government now. So some of the items under general government, we're still working on our asset management plan. It's gone a little bit slower than anticipated. Obviously, you know, dealing with COVID-19, we've had to conduct part of the discovery work remotely. We also, this year, we've undergone a pay equity and a grid review. It's been quite a few years that this has happened. So we're looking at a provision of about $100,000 to implement the pay equity and grid review. We also have a little bit of maintenance repair, if you will, putting a server wall in our in the upstairs where we have some of our computer equipment, and we're looking to replace some carpeting in some of the offices in the older part of the building. So something new that staff is looking to introduce this year is the new position of Procurement and Grants Coordinator. And there's 3 main activities that have been identified that could be executed through this position. The first one is being procurement. The second one is grants. And the third one is managing leases for our facilities. So under procurement, we're looking to implement our purchase order system. We basically have it ready to go in our financial software. It was ready to go back in 2018 when we implemented the Dynamics Great Plains. The issue was manpower to effectively roll it out. So this position here would be responsible for getting that up and running. The position would also be responsible for managing bids and tenders, which is part of the procurement cycle. It's really important to understand that this role here is going to alleviate a lot of the administrative work for procurement at the senior management level. Right now, we have many managers that are trying to manage this process, and it can be done better if we have one individual that focuses on this process. They will be the coordinator. They will liaise with the department manager on the procurement of whether it be a tandem truck. They will do all the administration of that. The department manager will still provide the scope of the work, but it's all the background work to get the tender up and running, get it posted on bids and tenders, follow it on bids and tenders, liaise with the department manager for any questions, close the tender through the bids and tender web portal, work with the department manager on the evaluation, get all the back-end administrative work done, certificates of insurances, WSIB, and that's an ongoing administration function that really doesn't get the attention it needs. So the other piece with having the purchase order system up and running is we have better visibility on some of the expenditures that are hanging around out there that have not yet been invoiced. And I take the example through our budget process, going through the 2020 numbers to see where we were at. We were still waiting for a significant invoice of upwards of $300,000 from a vendor. So with a purchase order system, when you issue that PO, you now have visibility that that's outstanding there. We have visibility that that expense is still coming in. And we can work with the vendor to get that process moving much quicker. We also have the ability to streamline our GL coding. So once that purchase order is issued, we have the GL coding. The manager doesn't have to worry about coding that. We have the budget. Everybody follows that guiding document for our operations. So that way there, we have better allocation of our invoices and ultimately better information for everybody to look at, not only department managers, but council as a whole. So again, this role here in terms of procurement would also coordinate with the county. If there were any joint initiatives there, they would work with the county on behalf of the municipality. Procurement's really important. We have to make sure that we're taking this very seriously, because you can never weigh the risk out there if you miss one thing. And because it's decentralized right now, we're exposed to that. Having it more centralized, there's ownership there, and it's a better process all around. And the other thing is we've seen year over year our growth in the municipality. So, with that growth, obviously there's more responsibility from the staff side and more workload as well. So I spoke earlier about all the grants out there, and so this role here would also take on administrating the grants. So when we get a grant, just roughly as far as the grant process goes, you've got the application. So the department manager would be actively involved in writing the grant, getting all that information together. This coordinator role would then follow up from time to time. When we make grant submissions, there's follow-up questions. So this role will now realize that we have this grant application out there. We're waiting for an answer. When are we going to hear back on this grant? So we now have a go-to person that can say, well, I've been working on this grant here, following it up, and they said that they would report in January of 2021, as an example. They can follow up on questions from the ministry that's evaluating the grants. So now, once we get the great news that we have a grant application, and I must admit lately, when I hear that news, the first thing comes to my mind is, how much work is it to administrate it? And I can unequivocally tell you, I'm very excited as the treasurer to hear we're getting grant money, but there is a lot of work on the back end. And I can unequivocally tell you there's been a lot of administrative work going into the FedEv grant to get our money. Because we've taken that project on in-house, we are managing $2 invoices for, nuts and bolts as part of our application. To get the money. So it's not only managing the claims, it's also progress reporting. This role can liaise with the manager of the project to say, hey, where are we at? Are there any shortfalls? Are we going to spend all the money we have? There's been instances where, we've realized at the last minute that we're leaving money on the table, and definitely we don't want to do that. But having a centralized role to manage grants and administrate it, they will be able to go back to the manager and say, hey, look, you know what, where are you at? There's more of a regular follow-up on that. So this role here will also, be aware of, potential opportunities out there that may be presented to department managers for initiatives that fall under their role. So lots of good opportunity here. So the third part of the role would be the coordination of leases. We have quite a few facilities that are leased. Obviously, that does provide for some administration, not only reviewing the leases, following up on lease renewals. If tenants have any questions, they can direct them back to this individual. It's more or less one go-to person. This person can follow up on terms and conditions of the leases, following up to make sure we have current certificate of insurances in our possession. So again, we're looking at risk management here. So this role here would also be the central intake person for maintenance issues. Some of our buildings are aging and do require some attention from time to time. Overall, we're looking to bring this position on board starting May 1st of 2021. The cost to the budget is roughly $35,000 for salaries, and then the benefit costs, we're looking upwards of about $43,000 in total. One thing for council to also consider is with this role here is the opportunity for grant money. If we can keep getting grants in the door, then we look at, there is the cost recovery of this role as well. So next we'll talk about the health portion of our budget, and under the health we have our cemetery and medical center. Cemetery is pretty much no major changes. We've had a little bit of an uptake on revenues, so there is an interest for the service there. The medical center is a little bit of a different story. We've already talked about the parking gate, the loss in revenues. 2020, we implemented our new parking gate infrastructure. With COVID, we've had reduced traffic. So the revenues at the medical center have dropped quite a bit. We're looking to use some of that Safe Restart money to mitigate some of that revenue loss in 2020. In 2021, we're looking to bring in about $26,000. Now that we've got the parking gate up and running, we probably figure that we're going to bring in maybe about 40% revenue of what we normally bring in. And we're looking to replace the front doors at the medical center. That was one of the projects we were looking to complete in 2020. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, so we're carrying that over into 2021. So continuing on with social services, the Dymo bus is now 11 years old. It served us well. We are looking to replace the Dymo bus. The Director of Public Works is currently working on a tender to have a new bus tendered. The good thing is we do have money in the reserve to fund a full replacement of the bus. Every year we get some money from the dedicated gas tax fund, which is put into the reserve. Currently, the reserve is sitting at about $169,000. So just to wrap it up, overall, looking to see where our tax dollars go, and some of my percentages didn't come up properly, but between our transportation and our environment, we're looking at 56% of our municipal budget, and with protection, you're looking at another 21%. So some big numbers out there, but looking at the transportation budget overall, year over year, that has remained relatively flat from 2020. And good news with our OPP for 2021, our costs have actually dropped $30,000. So that's good news considering we've had quite an increase over the last few years with the new OPP modeling. So on that note, I'll open the floor up to any questions from council.
Okay, thank you so much, Barbara. And I can see everybody on my screen, so I will sort of direct it, but you can direct your questions directly to Barbara. But I want to thank you for presenting. It's not where it may land, but a 0% budget is extremely prudent and responsible in these times. And it's a great starting point. So I appreciate that for sure. And as well, I think it's really important that we recognize the provincial government's Safe Restart program. We wouldn't be at a 0% if the losses we were taking at our arena and medical center and elsewhere, we wouldn't be in that position. There are a lot of larger municipalities that are in dire straits because they're dependent on, they have large public transportation systems, etc., and are really in trouble. So, but I thank the provincial government for recognizing that we couldn't do this alone. So let's turn it over to questions to Barbara. Councillor Clark.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm really supportive of this new position on the, for the procurement and grants coordinator. What I've been seeing, I think, is from both the provincial and federal governments that their program delivery has been substantially reduced in terms of regional representation and being able to deliver programs. They seem to be replacing it with things like grant opportunities, which has directly impacted a lot of the ability of our department heads to focus on taking things forward. I think what this will do then is provide an opportunity to take some of that administration and monitoring off our senior management team and enable us to be more proactive in terms of obtaining funding for community opportunities, community growth. So I'm very, very supportive of that and congratulate our team for identifying that need and moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Tammy, Councillor Donaldson's, right?
Just a quick question about the Dino bus. Is it factored in that, are we selling it, the one that we have? And is there an amount figure that we can sell it for, or are we keeping it?
Good question. So at this time, I would say we're looking to sell the bus, and any proceeds we get will go back into the reserve for the Dino bus.
Thanks.
Further questions, Councillor Smith?
Thank you very much. I'd echo Councillor Clark's comment in terms of support in principle for the procurement and grants coordinator, but it sort of brings to mind a broader issue that I think we as a council need to address. And a couple of years ago, I raised the matter of council establishing some priorities for our organization, and coming to some agreement on what those priorities might be. Priorities would just be established areas that we're going to focus on. But we then need to move, once we agree on some priorities, we need to agree on the goals or the objectives, if you like, the way we're going to keep track of how we're doing against those priorities, keep score, if you like. And so, although conceptually I'm supportive of the procurement position, I wonder about how we're going to judge the success of filling that role. It's identified there as $42,000 for part of the year in 2021, but by the time you get it in place for a full year, pay the full salary, pay the full benefits, provide the office space, the computers and information technology and so forth, the positional draw, we're suddenly going to be spending about $100,000 a year. And although I've heard that, from Barbara, that this is going to relieve senior managers of administrative workload, it's going to centralize the process, obviously help us apply for more grants. But unless we define what success looks like, a couple or 3 years from now, another council could be sitting here saying, wow, why have we got that position? What is it accomplishing for us? And that applies to everything in this budget. If I've certainly talked in the past about roads, I note here that the transportation portion of our budget is only increasing by 0.6%. That's not a lot. Over the last few days, I've taken a chance to go back and examine our audited financial statements for the past several years, and I note that from those statements between 2015 and 2019, general government, that's kind of the overhead, if you like, the management overhead associated with running our business, our community here, increased by 54%. And I look at transportation over that period, 2015 to 2019, it only increased by 6.6%, less than the rate of inflation for that period of time.
John, Barbara's got her hand up. I know you probably can't see that.
I can't see her. No, I can't see
it.
All I can see is her screen.
Yeah, I thought so. So I just wonder, and I'm not cutting you off. You can continue, but we do need it in a bit of a question, not a statement, if you will. But if Barbara can, I think she wants to jump in, and then you can have the floor back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Roberts. Some good questions there, John. I can respond in terms of the new role that we're looking at. This municipality has experienced exponential growth year over year. So with that, obviously, there's a demand on services. And in order to provide the services, we need staff, we need manpower. So hence, that's where we're looking at streamlining the need for this role, because right now, some of the objectives of this role is decentralized. We're not doing a good job at it. We need to do a better job. How do you put a dollar value on risk management when it comes to procurement, when it comes to leases? We can I think we can actually get some of our money back with this person focusing more on administrating grants and, looking for opportunities out there that department managers can fill that hole with. If you look at the success of a lot of our infrastructure projects, our major infrastructure projects for buildings, our visitor center is a clear example, $375,000 to build that. That's a lot of money for this municipality. As far as, equipping this individual or this role, office space, the reality with COVID today is bricks and mortar are not really essential. People are working remotely. I myself can tell you that I've been working remotely 90% since COVID started. I have the ability to access my files remotely. Should we get another body in this office? We have a plan to accommodate that. As far as equipping somebody with a computer, we've now transitioned to replacement for laptops, which makes people mobile. We do have space upstairs. If I need to come into the office to complete some work, I can work upstairs if I have to vacate my office. So staff have already thought of that requirement, bringing in more people. So again, I just share with council, procurement, risk management, we can do better at procurement, and when I talk about procurement, this role here can be a central role to source certain supplies. Again, through COVID, I actually witnessed where two senior managers were sourcing the same thing, but they weren't talking to each other. So if we have this role here, that's the go-to, then they can focus on that, alleviate the time for these senior managers who can use their time much more effectively.
Yeah, I did say that John would get the floor back, but I see Tamara's hand up. So John,
Sorry.
yeah, John and then Tamara.
Yeah, before you move to somebody else, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Right now, our computer screens are dominated by the questions
Yes.
slide of Barbara's presentation. If we were to take that down, we could see each other, and I think that might be helpful.
You can. What I've actually done, just for all of it, because I've just been on Zoom a lot, if you go to the very top left, it says grid, and you can actually drag it over. I had mine over on top of Barbara's screen. So if that ever happens again, you can drag that over. Do you want to continue, or Tamara had a point? Councillor Smith, did you want to continue, or can Tamara speak to this issue? He's just waiting to find unmute.
Sorry, let Tamara speak if she wants to speak to the issue. I'm happy to have her hear from her before I comment further. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think part of it is moving forward. One of the things that we'll talk about through budget as well is from the service delivery review that we're looking at doing a strategic plan this year. So that will help define those goals and objectives. As well, through budget, just like we're doing right now, council annually sets its priorities through this budget process. So those priorities are what's guiding our grant applications and our procurement and everything else. So it's already happening regardless, the workload's already there, regardless of what process council goes through to set those priorities. Right now, this will relieve work, the proposal will relieve work from all departments and centralize it and take the risk off council. But there's also a huge workload on Barbara specifically around this. Like, just as an example, we've spent probably 2 days in the last couple of weeks working on the CEF grant. And Barbara and I have to meet again after this meeting to go through another series of questions they have, which will probably take us another couple hours for 2 of your most senior staff. If we had somebody else doing this, we'd just be handing them the email and telling them to go deal with it and ask us specific questions. But right now it's holding it up for one thing, is we have to wait till we can get through something else to get to it. It's just a really onerous process on everybody, and it's not the best we could be.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Thank you. And again, Tamara, Barbara, as I said, I don't conceptually disagree. I think this position could have real value, but I'm used to a world, people run a business, they're going to add a position. They need to either take out costs that are exceeding the cost of that position, or they need to increase revenue. And in our case, I go back to that 2015 to 2019 period, the most recent period for which we have audited financial statements. The tax revenue that we collected from our property owners went up by 43%. Again, that general government category, which is a lot of the administration of our community, our expenditures there, again, according to our audited financial statements, went up by 54%. Great, maybe that's a problem. Maybe we should have had this procurement and grants coordinator in place sooner, and we would have held the line on that 54%. But somewhere, if you want to justify a new position, there needs to be some specific benefits that are going to be achieved as a result of it. Somebody needs to commit to that so we can look back in a year or 2 years and say, okay, did we get the benefits from this position that we expected? If we didn't, we need to reevaluate it and decide whether or not we're going to keep it. But if we don't establish and quantify those benefits going in the door, we'll be having the debate some years down the road. Somebody will be looking back at general government and saying, wow, those expenditures have continue to go up at a rapid rate. And what do we have to show for our money? We don't know. And that's where I'm looking for, whether it's Barbara or Tamara, to identify those benefits, that smoother administration and so forth. What's that going to deliver in the way of value to our community? Some specific dollars on the table. That's, to me, what a budgeting process is about when you're evaluating whether or not to add a new position.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and then Tamara, and then go ahead.
Just a couple things. Great comments, John. I'm just wondering if today is the day to do that. Today is our first look at an overall budget as presented by staff. I think council will still have the opportunity to tear this apart and come up with those guiding principles. I agree. The strategic plan, we need to look at it in early 2021. I'm just looking at today as more or less, this is the first go at it. And when I'm really pleased that staff are bringing forward a 0%. I think that speaks to the care and control that our staff are trying to do in moving the municipality forward. I too agree with this new position. More and more our federal and provincial governments are moving towards project support rather than program. And so this position becomes even more critical in the future as we start to go through the recovery process. But I'm just wondering if today is just to sort of sit back, make notes, and then follow up. And I'm not sure if that's the correct approach or not, Madam Mayor.
Well, actually, I was sort of thinking the same thing, only because to be cognizant of the time and the amount that we have, all the different departments, I sort of thought the same thing. It's not to say we're not going to have the conversation, but in a way, let's be presented with it. So like Councillor Smith, you put out those couple of questions, how do we quantify it, and so we're not making any decisions necessarily on that, and then we will move on to the next item, just so that we don't end up here till 6 o'clock. Tamara, and then Councillor McKechnie.
I guess my only thing to add to that, I agree, we need to be able to show the benefits of it. And I think that's what we were trying to do through the presentation. But on the same hand, it's also a workload issue. We've got many staff that are involved in these types of things that are working tremendous hours of unpaid overtime, not being able to use up their vacation. And we pretty much, every department identified the need for more clerical support, especially the ones who are heavily into grants and procurement. And rather than trying to put a secretary in each area that doesn't have them, we thought this was the most responsible way to look for things that were affecting everybody by putting it into one role. But I do agree, we need to keep on track and report back on how it's effective and what it's doing to make us better. And they're all good comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor McKechnie?
Yes, thank you. I thought Barbara did a great job outlining why this position is so important. And the question Councillor Smith kept saying, what if? Well, what if we don't do this? Like she outlined why we need this position. And what if COVID doesn't get stopped here and we get back to a more normal way of life? We've been pretty lucky riding the wave the way we have, all governments. This is going to come to an end. So I think it's great. Like Pat said, a lot of projects and you got to be on top of your game. And that's what Barbara's trying to do, and as usual. So thank you, Barbara.
Yeah, all really good points. So, you know, I would say that this is a proposal, and the very reason of why it's being proposed to not have a start date till May is so that it gives us, we're not presupposing that this is a done decision. I too, and Tamara will know, and Barbara will know, that anytime we want to add a body, it's not an easy decision. As you said, Councillor Smith, sure, that's for 2021, but then on a go forward 2022, that body is here with benefits, and you really need to justify both what all the comments have said, why we need this person and what would happen if we didn't have this body, and where current staff are at right now. So all excellent points. So unless there's anything further on sort of general government, we'll have a more detailed conversation about that in our second budget discussion, I would say, if that's okay. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Just a point applies to general government and the other departments. One of the things that, as I went through the package that Barbara provided to us yesterday, is that I noticed the benefits percentage varies department to department. So in the the general government area, for example, the benefits cost is about 35% of the wages, and in bylaw it's about 40%. Some of the other departments it's lower. I noticed for this new position, you have the benefit costs at about 20% of the salary dollars. Why is that? Why does that vary so much department to department, and why would it be so low for this this new position?
So I'll answer that. Typically our benefits, bringing anybody into the benefits like health and dental and so forth, there's a 6-month waiting period. So that's been adjusted for 2021. Generally speaking, our benefits overall are about 30% of the salary rate. So that number you're seeing is accurate, because sometimes there's a turnover of staff that can play a role on, for instance, numbers that look somewhat skewed. So when you're looking at numbers, you've got to consider the activity for that year. And when you've got 1 or 2 people pooled in that line item, a turnover can really skew the numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. That good catch. Good question on that. Yep. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So that really means that the going rate for this procurement role would be quite a bit higher in 2022, because most of 2021's situation here doesn't have any benefits in for the role. Okay, thank you. The other matter that was portrayed in this budget, in your portion of the budget there, Barbara, is this salary pay equity and grid change, and you've said there's $100,000 that's been allocated for that. Now, pay equity is something that's critically important and very supportive of, but in fact, it's a legal obligation that we have to ensure that women are compensated fairly and equitably. But how much of the $100,000 is for dealing with a pay equity problem, and how much of it is for other purposes?
I'm going to let Tamara take that, I think. And
Right.
for Barbara, sorry, it's a placeholder for today until we know more. So yeah.
That's all I was just going to say, is that's a high level and very high, I should say, placeholder, because when we put the budget initially together, we didn't know the amount because we hadn't completed the process yet. But you'll be looking at it next week in council in detail, and then you'll get a better idea of the actual dollar amounts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that should have been pointed out at the beginning. It would, or it's just a placeholder. It's a very high estimate. So if that's okay, I think that we will move into our first department, which is fire, which will bring in our fire chief, Mike Isles. Okay, Councillor Smith.
Right, just one more point. Which budget area, which manager is going to talk to the visitor center?
Tamara.
That will fall under recreation, and Tamara and myself can speak to the visitor center.
Okay, we'll hold it for recreation. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you, John. Okay, so we'll bring in our fire chief, Mike Isles.
Okay, and I'll go back to sharing my screen.
Yes, and for counselors at any time, if you want, you can go to the grid and you can drag over, especially if you're using 2 devices. So you can have that ability if you want.
Oh, it doesn't want to advance. There we go. Okay. You
And
bring
just
Mike
wait.
on board.
Yes.
So good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I think my budget is fairly straightforward. I was asked to put in a few pictures, so hope I'm not entertaining you instead of giving you the facts, but we'll have a look at the quick budget. There's not a lot of changes, but I'll try to explain the important or key things that I see in the budget. Next slide.
Mike, sorry, Mike.
Sure.
I'm driving the presentation, so when you want to move to the next slide, just say next slide and I'll advance it for you.
Okay, next slide, please. So one of the pictures, I included a few pictures, just basically the pictures are information, and I hope to share with council a little bit of what we do. That's an extreme day, but that shows what we encounter and the weather that we have to work in. Next slide, please. So this is one of the areas that I do look at. This gets combined with all the wages, but the volunteer wages, I try to monitor and try to predict what they will be next year. So it's an estimate of this year's wages for 2020 plus an increase for next year. Our call volumes typically over the last 4 or 5 years have gone up 6% every year. Training, the total wages are actually down, and a portion of that, or the biggest portion, is the volunteers training wages. We're not training at the fire college as much because it's closed. Still anticipating we may do some training there. We also are not doing, I did not hire any new staff, so we are not training our firefighter recruit. So that is down. Our instructor wages stay the same because we're still presenting those county courses. So that's my portion of the wages that we're looking at. Next slide, please. Another, just kind of a dramatic, but it shows us again what we do. That's orange taking off from a medical call that we had attended with the snowmobile. Next slide. So this one certainly I have a lot of control over. This is the material supplies. A large portion, typically every year, of the material supplies is the PPE, the bunker suits. Most of this stuff is, I think, straightforward. The SCBA bottles expire, so that's to purchase a new one. They have a 15-year lifespan. The foam we certainly need on an annual basis. There's a few extra items, a gate valve. We have new radios, but just there's certainly a wear and tear item, batteries and different things included in that. Mutual aid equipment and some brackets and some adapters, and then the miscellaneous. So once again, that figure similar to what it's been over the last 4 or 5 years. Next slide, please. I think there's 2 or 3 slides, once again, just to show you the environment that we work in. That's a Dysart structure fire. Next slide, please. That's a mutual aid structure fire that we attended. Next slide, please. And that's the transformer fire that we attended in Minden. Next slide, please. So equipment inspection, once again, this is fairly flat. It stays reasonably flat over the years. The SCBA annual inspection has to be done. The fit testing we do annually. The PPE cleaning is indicative of number of structure fires. It fluctuates up and down a bit. The compressor needs to be serviced annually, and the ladder testing is done annually. So that is same figure as last year. Next slide, please. Yet another, so this is a skidder fire. So vehicle fire is certainly something that we attend, and skidder is certainly unique, but that's an example of what we do. Next slide, please. So total building repairs and maintenance. Once again, I think similar to last year, the building fire inspections, that is charged to my budget, and that's includes 3 or 4 of our municipally owned buildings that I cover the expense of the fire inspection, and the rest of it's household items for working in the bays and in the office here. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of your equipment at work. This is the ATV and the rescue toboggan. So not only is it sit idle waiting, hopefully never to be used for an ATV accident or snowmobile accident, but we also can use it for access for structure fires. And this was a structure fire, and we used it to transport equipment up and back and forth from the lake, and quite a distance. So it gets used for more than one thing. Next slide, please. Computer support. These are fairly flat as well. The Who's Responding is our paging app. The pre-emergency, which is our online training, and the Fire Pro, which is a software that we track our incidents and different things on. Next slide, please. Once again, showing the versatility of some of your equipment. That's a boat. It was actually accessible by road, but it was more easily accessed by the lake. So we put our equipment in the boat, and it was actually a small brush fire. So all our pumps and everything were put in a boat, transported down the lake, and accessed from a dock. So versatility is a blessing that we have thanks to council purchases. Next slide, please. Highlands East contract that has stayed, it's fluctuates. The actual dollar value fluctuates a little bit because it's dependent on the number of calls, but that figure is a standard figure that we've used over the last several years. Next slide, please. So this is our training. This shows our recruits in training. Once again, the county departments working together. Next slide, please. So this is one item that is unique in addition to our my budget this year. I'm asking for a generator. This is somewhat of a guesstimate until we actually do a tender or an RFP, but I'm estimating a $30,000 figure to put a proper generator in the fire hall, which would be automatic and would come on as soon as the power goes out. The one thing to bear in mind is that even for our emergency operations, this is the alternate operation center. With a generator, it would probably be better suited to run an operation center here than it would be at the municipal office. Even though there's a generator there, it's very limited as to what it can run and the appropriateness. So I think it's very good value for the money, just for the department, but also for the emergency operation side. Next slide, please. So this is the next two pictures tied together. This is the Ontario Fire College. That's me in the forefront, and that's the structure we use to practice in. I'll show you our structure, which if you see the smoke and that sort of thing, that's a huge structure, but what we've developed as a county on a shoestring budget mimics that very well. So next slide, please. Service contracts, the M&R contract does go up marginally every year. The radio tower is for Skyline Park for our communications, and the $9,000 is should be a fairly accurate estimate of what our dispatching will cost us. So 35.5, similar to last year, it might be up marginally. Next slide, please. So that's what we use for live fires, and you can see the smoke and the firefighters going in. So once again, that's on the county level. We use that as a county, and it's been a very useful tool and very inexpensive to reproduce. Next slide, please. So this is always a guesstimate, but I think it's reasonably accurate. There is a huge, I shouldn't say huge, but there is the third line down, the pump rebuild for 15,000. That is a very large item for me, which has been added in, and that's our pump trucks have to be tested annually. There's indications that the pump is starting to wear, so I've budgeted that I may have to send a truck out to be rebuilt. So I put that in, and I'm assuming it will be rebuilt probably in the fall. So that's certainly an addition above and beyond from other years. Next slide, please. And that's our recruit, and I think that sums everything up for COVID and the year gone by, that our recruit class did well to pass, but they're all in masks, and hope that's the first and the last picture that we'll be wearing masks and challenge with the COVID. So thank you. That's my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'll open it up to the floor for questions, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, but especially all our volunteers. Small towns could not have the fire services that we have without them. The total of the wages for volunteers being at just over $100,000 wouldn't even cut one full-time firefighter. So we're very, very appreciative of the volunteers in our community doing that service. And one thing I just wanted to ask you, and we'll see if other people want to ask questions, is with COVID, and we're definitely going to be in that for, quite some time. I know with the EMS services at the county, they're anticipating a higher call volume over this winter and have upstaffed. I wonder, are we in good position to manage potentially more demand, or if you will, more calls?
History for the year, we certainly are up in our call volume. I don't anticipate any huge changes. In the spring, I had that anticipation we were going to have huge increase. There was a lot of people around, and I expected to see huge call volume change, and we didn't see it. So I expect that this winter will mirror what we saw in sort of April and May. So I'm not anticipating it, no.
Okay. Questions from other councillors? Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Just congratulations, Chief, on a great year. Your efforts with the emergency management file alone have been incredible. A couple of things. I don't see any transfer to reserves for future vehicles on your presentation. It may be in the nuts and bolts part. And fuel costs, I didn't notice for the vehicles.
So sorry, I have just done kind of a high over level. Fuel costs I've kept similar year after year. It's I think it's around $10,000 or $11,000. Transfer to reserves, we have slowly increased that. I think this year was 55,000. So certainly there is. I think that's similar to last year. Originally, when we started, when I started, I think it was 30 or 40,000 that we're putting into reserve. So there certainly is a dollar figure for transfer there.
Thank you.
And thank you for your comments.
Yeah, we can't focus on the slide deck, listen to staff, and then look at the big, long legal sideways sheets, unless you have like 3 devices in front of you and you're multitasking, but, which I'm trying not to do. But there are the line by lines. And so closer to when we go through our second budget, as this was only sent yesterday, I encourage you, we'll have lots of time to be reviewing those line by lines and asking. And it's a really good question as well. There's $7,000 reserved to building for future repairs, which we had not had before. We had no money, I believe, Barbara, in for reserve to the building itself. That doesn't count building a new building. That's just trying to build up some kind of reserve for the building in the event of roof, furnace, siding of the existing building. So, further questions to our chief? Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mike. Just again, second what's been already said. Great job through your leadership with the team in 2020, and generally supportive of your budget. There were a couple of things that you've done a little differently. You've got the deposit to the reserve still going in, 55,000, if I recall, for your for your next truck, whatever that is down the road. But you started a couple of additional ones. Andrea mentioned one for building. I think it was $7,000, but you also have one for training. And I was curious about putting money in reserves for training, given that kind of training is something you do every year. So what's your thinking there?
The thought process was to try to even the budget out. If you remember, we looked at wages and I said, I think the wages were down probably $15,000 this year. A lot of that or all of that is due to training. So the intent of that training reserve is to even out those humps and hollows. I expect that I will hire some new employees next year in 2021. So with that new hire, there will be training associated with those new hires. So that's the idea. Try to flatten our line and not have the peaks and valleys.
Okay. Well, maybe we could talk about that with Barbara in an upcoming session, but it would seem to me that the best thing to do there might be to take some of your money, some of that savings that you've got in 2020 and put that into reserves as opposed to budgeting for a reserve in 2021. Because we will hopefully get back to a more normal and so forth. But the other thing I wanted to mention, I'm sure you're aware of that yesterday, Halliburton Forest announced that they're not going to be able to do the poker run this coming February due to COVID. And I know that last year they raised $15,000 for your team to buy extra equipment and so forth. So that's going to be an extra stress. They have been kind enough to say they're going to donate whatever the pass fees are for that particular Saturday in February. But it's obviously not going to match what you've had in the past coming in from that. But tremendous commitment on their part to say, hey, we'll give you whatever revenue we do get from pass selling snowmobile passes for that day. But the extra that comes from that poker run is not going to be there.
They're incredible supporters, and we have improved and made our work far more efficient through their donations, but their donations in no way have any effect on the budget or the equipment we purchase through the budget. The municipal budget is strictly geared to have the operation and have us function. The money from donations such as theirs, it's kind of the Christmas candies that we buy, the stuff that helps, that we don't necessarily need or require to do our job, but with those tools and that equipment, it makes our jobs far more efficient, easier to do. So that's kind of where that comes from. But yes, incredible generous of them still to offer gate receipts for a day, even though they're not having the poker run.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Great point, John. Yeah, I saw that on Facebook yesterday. Barbara, do you want to just speak to if there is any surplus to Councillor Smith's question, if there's any surplus in the fire department to be carrying that over?
Yeah, so we can consider it. My recommendation for 2020 is let's see where the figures actually land before we want to do that for 2020.
Go ahead, Smith. Councillor Smith.
Barbara, the other thing that I wanted to ask you to think about for an upcoming meeting, the generator, the $30,000 that Mike has proposed, if we were to decide to go ahead with that, could we draw those funds out of our development reserves? You know, it's something there to support the entire community, and maybe that might be a place to get the funding.
Yeah, so actually that generator is going to be financed through the municipal levy. That's what we've proposed in the 2021. But if you're, you know, again, if you're looking at funding fire equipment purchases, then maybe we put $5,000 a year into the development reserve for these types of purchases. Right now, fire is contributing money for fire trucks, like their vehicles, but not this type of equipment.
Yeah, I understand, but I guess I'm wondering, we have quite a bit of funds in those reserves right now, as you point out, $3.5 million in our various reserves. And I'm wondering is instead of funding the $30,000 for the generator out of the levy, the taxes that we collect for 2021, could we not make a draw from the existing reserves, the $3.5 million balance that we go into the new year with?
Yeah, I mean, if council decides they want to do that, you know, that's their decision. But generally speaking, for the development reserve, we try to fund projects from that reserve that are actually contributing to the reserve. So hence, that's where I say if we're looking for, you know, funding fire equipment out of the reserve, then we need to start putting some money into that reserve from the fire budget.
So good points, Councillor Smith. And one of the reasons that we suggested a $7,000 reserve for the building is, say, in the event 2 years from now, the fire chief says we need new garage doors or the furnace is broken, it's not becoming a hit, but the development reserve, ultimately, some of it comes from the levy. Some of it may come from this disposal of some property, but generally you build up your development reserve, which is the levy, indirectly, but not that year. So it's kind of but it is, and same thing sort of with the putting in some money for reserve, which is on the levy for training. 1 year might have to train 2 people, and the next year he's training 5. And so it's to try to even out those things, but that's why there was the building reserve. Good question. We would like to know more probably by the next budget if the 30,000 is accurate, and also did it include all the electrical hookup that would be required? Was that the cost of the generator and installation, including electrician, etc.? So, any other questions for our fire chief? Okay, well, thank you very much for everything, and I guess we will move on to the next department, if that's okay.
Okay, and next up is the chief.
Walt, did you have a question, or you just? Oh, unmute.
I just have a comment.
Okay.
You know, I'm not trying to profess that I'm some Rhodes Scholar, but I mean, all these questions that Councillor Smith is asking of all these, we're just starting these departments. So much of it is common sense. Why put $7,000 here? Why $30,000 for a generator? Take it out of this fund. We all know this. Like, is this the way it's going to be for the next 3 hours?
Well, everybody has a right, and the whole thing with budgeting is we all do it differently, and Councillor Smith has every right to ask those questions. Budgeting is not an exact science, it's a philosophy, and you know how we pay for things and how we what
I'm aware of that. I'm not a dummy, okay? I'm very aware. To me, it's like it's degrading. He's undermining what everybody's, what Barbara, the questions there, and now the questions to Mike. To me, they feel like he's undermining. That's just my, there you are. I'm entitled to my opinion, so that's why I'll shut up.
You are, but it's not to be at another councillor, so that's unfair and uncalled for, Councillor McKechnie. We will move on to the next department. Thank you, Mike. Okay. I'll bring in Carl to talk about building and bylaw. And we have one slide deck.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get
Yeah,
there.
that's okay. There's only one slide.
There's a little bit of a delay.
That's quite all right. We've got it up now.
Okay.
And there we have Carl. Welcome, Carl.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Take it away.
So, in my presentation, I'm just going to focus on any significant changes over 2020. We don't really have a lot of big projects going on other than building permits and typical bylaw matters. So we do have a couple of exciting initiatives though. So the first one, again, we do have a council report going to next week's council with regards to this, but it's the portal and electronic software, inspection software that we're proposing. So just to give a little bit of background, I don't want to ruin next week's report, but just a little bit background on the portal. It allows contractors and applicants to submit their applications online through the portal. They'd be able to review the progress of their applications online through that portal as well, book all inspections and see inspection report results immediately through that portal, rather than having to go to the job sites and trying to find the inspection report somewhere on the job site. So that's basically something that we're planning for 2021 to have implemented. So we're planning to take that out of the building permit reserves. So the current budget shows, I think it's 7,000. It's that was when we were looking at a different company, software provider. So through that report, we've actually explored 3 different options, and we actually ended up at a different option, which over 5 years is going to save us more money. The upfront cost is going to be more. It's going to be more like $42,000, but over the 5-year period, it's going to save us $15,000, and the integration is going to be a lot quicker. So anyway, that's all identified in that report coming next week. So the other item is that we're going to need tablets or some type of like a Surface Pro or something to do these inspections on, be able to review the plans for the inspections on something. So we're going to need something to for the inspectors to be able to update the files on. So that's another added cost to this process. We also have staff training. So again, we're starting from scratch again with training in a building inspector. So training is going to be a little different this year with COVID. We're not going to be running courses in-house, but our inspector is going to be taking courses via Zoom. So there's not going to be the cost of traveling to Woodbridge, staying in Woodbridge for a week while taking courses, those types of things. So there's going to be savings there, but we're also not going to be generating revenue from holding courses in-house. And then the septic reinspection program. So we do have that, which is going to be an added cost, but that cost is going to be borne by the user as well. So what we're going to be invoiced for the inspections, we're going to be sending those invoices to the property owners. So there's also going to be a most likely an added CityView license with that, because the successful applicant or successful contractor is going to be using CityView for their process, and we only have 7 licenses right now. We might need an additional license. So again, that subsequent inspection, the results of the RFP are going to next week's council as well.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. And as you said, the big exciting news is the electronic portal and inspection software that is going to make your job easier. I think ultimately the customer's job easier. It's really going to be beneficial in many ways. But again, that's coming out of the building department reserve. That's not directly, that's from people paying building permits, creates that reserve to purchase things like that. Is that correct, Carl?
That's correct. Yes, it's not coming out of the. It's not being paid by the tax base. It's all through building permit fees. We have a reserve of about $130,000 right now that's going to be coming out of.
Okay, so questions to Carl, or shall we save them for next Tuesday when we get to see a little bit more on that report? Huh. Okay, it looks like silence is golden, but we'll probably have questions when we see our agenda for Tuesday, Carl. So thank you.
Very good.
Okay, great. Bringing in Kate to the museum. And Barbara's got the slide deck up. And we're just waiting. Hello, Kate. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm great. So Barbara has the clicker, and you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Fantastic. Yep. So just a little bit of a rundown and reminder about the museum, who we are and what we do. So the museum, we've actually now been around for coming up for 53 years. We originally started as a Canadian Centennial project, and over the years, the museum has grown and moved location as well, to include our main gallery space and also a whole series of historic buildings, many of which are, date from the 1870s, 1860s, 1870s, and really are depicting what life would have been like for the first generation of European settlers coming to Haliburton County. Next slide. So just some of the things that we do at the museum. Museums are about keeping our community's history safe, showcasing our community's history, celebrating it, sharing it, and preserving it. Museums are community spaces and spaces for people to learn. There have been all kinds of studies done proving that museums do great things for people's health and well-being. And as we know, during these unusual times, we all need a lot of that. It's about identity. It's about the story of who we are, where we come from, and what our community is all about. We also do an awful lot connecting with visitors to the area. Whether tourists who are day tripping, our cottaging community as well, who are finding their place in connection with our larger community story, and also our long-term year-round residents. So playing a role for everyone in the community. Next slide. But yes, this year has been a little bit different, as it has been for us all. So the museum was closed, as you know, for about 3.5 months, from mid-March through until the beginning of July. And since we reopened in the summer, we have pivoted a lot of what we do to take advantage of our outdoor spaces, as ways to keep visitors safe, and also because a lot of people are looking for opportunities to combine indoor and outdoor pursuits. So we've been working with that as well. And in addition, we've been sharing a great deal of our collection and the information that we have online, because we know even right up to now, people are staying closer to home. And many people are still limiting the trips that they're taking out and what they're doing. So they're looking for ways to connect from where they are with the wider world. So that's what we're helping people to do at the moment. Next slide. Now, moving forward to 2021, I think what's really encouraging is some of the news that we're hearing in terms of developments with vaccines. And it looks like, you know, the long-term look for 2021 is getting very much, it's very positive. But as we know at the moment, case numbers with regard to COVID are still going up in the province. I mean, we're very lucky here in Haliburton County, but province-wide, numbers are going higher again, and people are being asked to stay closer to home, which is why, in terms of our plans for 2021, we're looking to keep definitely winter programming primarily online and keep numbers of visitors through the museum smaller over the winter months. But then we're planning to be nimble throughout the year and be able to adapt as we go and see how the developments go, because we are looking forward to being able to bring back more in-person programming throughout the year as things develop. And just, I think this is kind of fun, just a couple of the photos I've put up here. Some of the photos that we've gotten really great traction with online this year. So the one on the right is actually an event happening at the fairgrounds, right next to where the town hall is. So it would have been taken probably the early 1940s. I just thought it was great because, you know, knowing that we will all be able to gather again, these times will happen again. A lot of people, big fans of the stone gates that used to be there. Just, I think that's kind of neat. A lot of people got very interested and excited in that. On the left-hand side, the Black Bridge, which used to be in town, and actually the folks that you can see standing on the Black Bridge there, that actually would have been the members of Dysart Council circa 1912. So that was all of you in 1912. And we also, a lot of people sharing memories about that bridge and the stories connected with the swimming hole there as well. So next slide. In terms of revenues coming in 2021, we're looking at admissions, donations. We also make some money through book sales, through sales of the book that the museum put out 2008, Haliburton History and Pictures, and also Leopold Dobrinsky's book, Fragments of a Dream, Pioneering in Dysart Township. And also, certainly our grant programs are in place as well. The Community Museums Operating Grant Program has been very supportive of museums around the province, knowing that it's been an unusual year for everyone. So they've been very supportive this year, and we know that they will be moving forward to next year as well. Next slide. And just a few items in terms of expenses that we're looking at for 2021. Of course, wages for director, curator, plus portion of wages for a summer student. If we're in a position to hire one for 2021, I believe we will be. Funding for some programming and events as we move our way back to normal again. Exhibits and conservation. Funding for advertising, cleaning, of course, for our building. Cleaning has become even more important than ever before. Maintenance for some projects around museum grounds. As you know, we have 6 buildings altogether. So then also office supplies, computer equipment, and our website to keep all of those up. Staff training and our essential utilities. Keeping the lights on, keeping the buildings warm, and keeping the phones going. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Kate. I will turn it over to councillors for questions to Kate or Barbara regarding the museum budget. Any questions, comments? It took me a while to find it on the big sheets in terms of your projected revenue for donations, because that's always a moving target. And obviously our donations are quite a bit down this year because people haven't been attending. So while they haven't been attending in person, is there still an opportunity? The calendar year is not over yet. We issue receipts. Is there an opportunity for people to make a donation to the museum?
Definitely. Yep. And we can put out a call for that before the end of the year. Yep. Because it's the holiday season and people are thinking about giving.
Okay. So we did last year, we had a projected revenue of 9,500 and as at the end of November, it's only 2,400. So it's wise to put it at 5,000, but I think we still need to encourage people that it's an opportunity if you're enjoying some of the online activities or still use, want to make a contribution, you get a tax receipt.
Chris,
Obviously, some of the things had to be carried over, that some things that didn't get done in terms of the Reed House, etc. So again, it's just first look. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question for Barbara, I think. Kate mentioned the cleaning expenses, and there's obviously extra cleaning involved because of COVID. Could that extra cleaning expense be funded from the Safe Restart funds that we received from the province? We did something with the Dynamo bus. We were able to allocate part of those funds against a provincial grant. And I'm wondering here, identified it on the budget, but is there an opportunity there for the museum to get some of its money back, if you like?
Yes, so any sort of extra cleaning for the purposes of COVID would qualify under the Safe Restart program. So, and just in general term throughout the budget, there have been some allocations to different departments where we've identified extra cleaning.
Okay.
That applies not only then to the museum, but to any of our facilities that incur extra cleaning expenses because of COVID?
Yeah. There's certain certain departments where there is extra cleaning. As an example, at our roads garage, there's extra cleaning there. So that's being funded through the Safe Restart program. Yeah.
Okay. Could the community centers fall in that same category? If there's users in there and they have to do extra cleaning because of COVID, obviously not cleaning the floors, but having somebody come in and clean the handrails and so forth, could that fall into that category?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, the community centers would fall under that category. Obviously, we'd have to look at our agreement with the community centers in terms of who's taking what responsibility. And I think cleaning does remain a responsibility of the community centers. So if there is any, inquiry there, certainly send it my way and we can look at it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if there's no further questions for Kate, again, we have our full line-by-line items that we can review in advance of our next budget meeting if there's any questions, concerns, etc. over the museum budget. Okay, so seeing no further questions, I'm going to just take a poll. Does anyone need a 10-minute bio break now, or shall we go into planning? So if you'd like a little bio break, put your hand up. And I don't see any hands, so we're going to go into, oh, that's a hand, yes? Yes, we will take a 10-minute break. And so we will reconvene at 10:42, 10:52, 10:55. And then we'll go into planning. Just 10 minutes. Thanks. Well, good morning, Jeff. How are you?
Good morning, and thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, the proposed planning budget is pretty standard this year. So yeah, let's get started. We'll start with planning revenues. This chart shows the application numbers for 2020, as well as the projections for 2021, as well as a 3-year average. For the most part, the numbers remain pretty consistent from year to year. But you will notice a couple of notable changes. For instance, you will see a proposed increase for licenses of occupation. This is a result of a new fee being created in 2020 for renewals of licenses of occupation. So with 3 renewals this year and proposing for 1 application, that's why that number is jumping. Last year, or this year, I should say, a fee was also implemented for waiving site plan control. So that's why I'm projecting 6 applications when the 3-year average is 4. But the one that really jumps out at me on this chart is the decrease in the number of road closing applications that we've received. My guess that it's likely, or at least partially, attributed to the increase in land costs from 2020. Moving forward, it may become more common that owners only apply when necessary to purchase their shore road allowance, such as when they require an application for a permit or a permit for a structure that's located on the road allowance. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the revenues associated with the planning applications. As you can see, application revenues are down this year. Well, it is normal to have fluctuations. As you can see, this year we did not receive a subdivision or a condominium application or an official plan amendment. However, we continue to have discussions with developers. We have 2 subdivision discussions on the go, a couple condominiums, as well as 3 official plan amendments. So it's hard to project these numbers or predict these numbers. But based on my projections, which result from ongoing discussions with developers and the historic trends related to these application numbers, we expect the revenues to rebound in 2021. Next slide, please. Switching to expenses, some of the big ticket items which remain pretty consistent from year to year and make up a majority of the planning expenses are wages and legal. Some other expenses included the Cultural Resources Committee budget, training, and office equipment. Particularly, we're requesting 2 stand-up desks for staff this year. Next slide, please. Legal fees are the biggest line item for planning. These funds are used to protect municipal land, defend council and committee decisions, and to obtain legal opinions on various matters. Legal fees can be difficult to predict, but for 2021, we are requesting $10,000. This is a substantial decrease from years past. This reduction in stress on the operating budget has been achieved over the last few years with annual contributions to a planning legal reserve. And I give credit to Barbara for this. She had that idea and we've been contributing, and it's now at a level where we can, again, decrease what we're requesting for the year. Next slide, please. The Cultural Resources Committee, again, we're requesting $3,000 for their budget, which is consistent with previous years. The committee has not met in a little while, but they do have a meeting coming up on December 17th. So I really hope and expect that the committee gets back on track for a strong 2021. Next slide, please. Projects. Yeah, 2020 has been a very busy year, integrating new staff and navigating the COVID pandemic, which created a lot of work, including changes to how we conduct planning meetings. 2020 was also a very busy year in the real estate market, which led to a dramatic increase in public calls, emails related to land sales. Development control, again, I think 2020 was pretty standard, but also a busy year for development control. And we expect this to continue through 2021. Looking around town, you'll see numerous large-scale developments at various stages of approval and construction. Staff continue after discussions with developers for developments, including various residential proposals, which, as we all know, is a big need for the community. So in that respect, I think the next few years are going to be very promising. With regards to GIS, Danielle continues to improve various aspects of our GIS services. Our new website just went live, I believe, yesterday. So make sure you check out the new mapping page. I met with my staff yesterday to do our performance reviews and to set goals for 2021. And Danielle has identified some exciting GIS projects that she has planned. So as mentioned, a lot of 2020 was focused on development control, COVID, which didn't leave a lot of time for focus on policies and procedures. So during the goal setting yesterday, a focus for 2021 was centered on updating our policies and procedures to help staff and the public with the planning process, creating material, more website documentation just to help not only the public with the planning process, but also documenting our internal process, which will help internally from year to year if staff ever changes over. And again, the intent is to clarify the requirements, expectations, timelines, costs of the planning process. Next slide, please. The bottom line. As I said, it's been pretty consistent year over year. We're projecting actually a small decrease this year of about 3.4%, just under $13,000. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
Okay, so we'll open the floor up to questions to Jeff regarding his department. Any questions on just budget related? Oh my gosh, Jeff, I don't see any hands. You're gonna get off easy.
I try to do my best.
Yeah, I like what you said, and maybe you can share with the council, not necessarily on a budget, because that's it is budget related, but in terms of goal setting and what staff want to do, obviously, and council needs to set some goals in terms of what they're doing for shore road allowances, working with the county as well with the implementation of the shoreline preservation bylaw as it comes forward. So there's lots happening, and again, your work with the comprehensive zoning bylaw and keeping that in-house, doing that work in-house. I just want to recognize the cost savings to that. A lot of municipalities contract that. So thank you for that and doing that work. That I know that you work very hard on that, but it actually saves us a lot of money. And generally, problem with contracting a lot of stuff out is staff still have to feed all the information to a third party. So
that's right, and thank you. And I do give credit to my staff too, because they helped me with that, and they also picked up the slack in other areas when I wasn't available. So
well, it's done, it passed, and so that's good news. Going forward 2021, you can focus on some new goals and objectives in your department. And I think the thing, Jeff, you and I have talked is to find consistency in planning and you know how we're treating different applications, etc. And also the goal is always to achieve compliance where possible. So that's great. Okay, so yay, no questions. Thanks. We'll move on to the next department, which is Parks and Recreation, Arena Parks Recreation. Andrew and Andrea. We'll just wait as they come into the meeting. Okay. Okay. Welcome, Andrea and Andrew. I will, Barbara has the clicker, and you guys go ahead and start your presentation.
Good morning and welcome to the Parks and Recreation 2021 budget. Next slide, please, Barbara. We'll start off with the general responsibilities of the Parks and Recreation Department. We operate the arena, we maintain the public parks and public beaches. We do building maintenance to we build and maintain boat launches. We remove the winter snow from the municipal owned buildings. We also remove the garbages from all the parks and Main Street. We manage and maintain all municipal owned buildings. We create and facilitate recreation programs, and we coordinate, plan, and manage special events, as well as applying for grants and funding. Next slide, please. We'll start off with the arena. It's been a busy year for maintenance at the arena with new roofs being installed and wells and you name it pretty much this year. The arena normally operates for 10 months and we plan on operating for 10 months again in 2021, depending on the COVID-19 restrictions. 2021 capital requests would be a brine pump replacement for $20,000 and bathroom and the compressor room roof replacements, which have also aged. And after an inspection, while they're doing the main roof of the arena, they were failing. And in the 2021 arena reserves, we'll put in $10,000 again for the Zamboni replacement and also the arena truck, $5,000. Next slide, please. In the parks capital, Head Lake Park, we're gonna complete the town docks. This was carried over from 2020, $10,500. The parks truck, $5,000 again for the replacement. Times 2 vehicles, so that'll be $10,000. West Guilford docks, $14,500, which is also a carryover from 2020. Grant, Head Lake Rotary Beach, $81,000. And if not successful, we'll be putting the money towards the tennis courts. Next slide, please. And building maintenance plan for 2021. We'll start off with the medical center. As long as the COVID-19 restrictions will relax a bit in 2021, we'll replace the front entrance doors and the hardware, $20,000. Public beaches, new floating raft at Eagle Lake, $5,100, carry over again from 2020. And new swim barriers for Eagle Lake and West Guilford, which is also carryover. In the arena, the major overhaul on compressor number 1, $6,000. And that's just general maintenance on the compressors that happens every few years. New toilets in the public washrooms and lobby and auditorium, $4,000. Refurbished community center kitchen, which will be the carryover from 2020 for $10,000. And the Dysart library will replace the interlocking brick pathway at the front entrance and side entrance. And that'll be for $4,000. Next slide.
So,
and now Andrea can take over now.
With regards to recreation programming, obviously 2020 was a very different year. We were able to do some of the seniors programming at the beginning of the year and then again in the fall. We did include yoga classes at the arena. Those have been received really well. And our instructor has been quite flexible. So even when we were shut down for water issues, and then when we went into yellow and had to change our numbers, we were still able to keep the programs up and running through Zoom. So there's always been the Zoom option, and then keeping some in person. I hope that in 2021, we can bring back some of our other programs. We've been looking at ways to have ball hockey work in the arena when the ice is out. And I think that would be similar to how Highland Storm runs their hockey program, where we rely on volunteers and we have it spread out over many nights of the week and have a limited number of people in the arena at a given time. So, and then we just have to figure out about equipment, because usually we provide the goalie equipment. So something I just have to work out. I plan to do some snowshoe programs this winter, and I know we've already had some requests, people asking if they are going to be running. Most likely we won't have any school groups that we usually participate with. There's the line dancing taking place at the arena. There's other programs that use the auditorium and the space. And then we hope to bring back some of our special events later in 2021, looking at ways to alter, not necessarily do a frost festival, but to have something where through the whole month of February, there's activities taking place that people can join in on their own, or where there's a limited number of people that they can come out and take part in a snowshoe walk, or I'm hoping to bring out snow snakes this year. We've been doing a lot of work with the new website, so that consumed quite a bit of time these past few months. And then I've worked on some procedures for the visitor center, which I'll be sharing with staff and council. And then that's pretty much the sum up of that, and looking forward to maybe some new programming ideas. Next slide, please. So I don't know if everyone's seen this yet, but staff are really looking forward to working on projects identified by council through the new Parks Master Plan. We realize that obviously this is the giant wish list and not everything's going to happen, but we do look forward to seeing how the new master plan will fit in with some of our programming and the way the park is used. And we look forward to that, along with the visitor center opening. And I know that Tamara or Barbara were going to talk about the visitor center, so I'll leave that for them.
Okay, so that I think what we'll do is we'll go back to sort of the facilities and arena, other parks, and do questions to Andrew first, if we can. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Very quick question, Andrew. What's a brine pump?
Unmute.
You're on mute.
The brine pump is what circulates all the brine, which cools the arena floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And was that not new when we did the renovation?
No, it wasn't replaced. It's about 30, 35 years old.
That's interesting. I wasn't on, there was a subcommittee for the arena, which I wasn't a part of, and I was shocked a bit when I saw that we didn't replace that pump. I suppose if it was working, why replace it? But I thought because the system went, that would be part of the system.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the committee at that time either, but no, it wasn't changed.
Okay. Further questions to Andrew? Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Andrew, a few items I wanted to ask you about boat launches. Do you have enough to maintain or even improve the boat launches? Some of them are in pretty rough condition. What are your plans in that respect?
This budget, like the $10,000, that's to maintain. And yes, some need to be improved, and we've been working slowly at it. We do most of the work in-house because contracting that stuff out, $10,000 wouldn't go very far. So the $10,000 does cover the maintenance of washouts and grading and bringing in some stone and some gravel and stuff like that to various boat launches.
So you have enough to improve those that are in poor shape?
There is enough in there to improve them a little bit, but not a great deal. Like we wouldn't be able to add new cement slabs and stuff like that with that budget.
All right. It's an area that, a lot of folks are concerned about and feel we should do a better job. We've got, 28 boat launches, if I recall the number. $10,000 doesn't go very far. And some of them, they say, are in need of work, in my mind. A couple other items. What are your plans with respect to outdoor ice? We've had a lousy start to winter so far in that respect, but assuming it does eventually get cold, do you have a plan this year for that, or are we?
Andrea can answer that one.
We're hoping to have outdoor ice at the rink on Maple Avenue. We're waiting from the health unit for directive on what activities are permitted. They're putting together a document on what they will allow or what recommendations they have for outdoor ice rinks. So myself and Chris Card and Algonquin Highlands, we've been waiting eagerly to see what they entail. But as far as I know, we're just looking at doing the one rink this year, and Andrew can answer if he's planning on doing the other two.
Yes, we're planning on opening up the one in town of Halliburton, and we will assist with whatever Harcourt needs or West Guilford Community Center needs in getting the rink going.
Yeah, it's going to be a good question, Councillor Smith. I guess we will await it. What the health unit dictates can happen. So.
Yeah. Okay. Another question, Andrew. The West Guilford Recreation Center. I'd asked about this previously, and maybe your budget didn't allow for it, but you've got the public washrooms out there off by the Ball Diamond, and you've set up the water refill station and the tap for water around the kind of back corner of the building. The folks at the Recreation Center think that some signage would really help make the public aware. You think of somebody passing by, whether they are regular passersby or whether they're their first-time visitor to West Guilford, it would be hard to know that there's water access there, and it would certainly, the same thing for the washrooms, unless you're looking around. So, what would it take to get some signage out there?
We are working on signage, and Andrew can answer more on this one.
We have some signage ordered. I'm just waiting for it to come in.
Thank you. Final thing, Andrew, is related to, you talked about the town docks. There's been a report from pretty reliable experts that we have the Eurasian water milfoil invasive species in Head Lake, frankly, right near the dock and elsewhere in that lake. And again, if your budget would allow for it, a sign that would warn people. We have a standard invasive species sign that sort of are everywhere, but that's a highly transportable invasive species. And so for someone to put their boat in there and not know that it's there and then take their boat somewhere else, that's a highly risky situation. I'd sure like to see a more explicit warning at a dock that gets a lot of use and a boat launch there.
Okay. I take note of that and I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Question about the Harcourt rink and ball field. I'm trying to go through the budget here, and I don't see any reference to any maintenance or repairs that are needed. The washrooms out there shifted. The walls on the rink are not in great shape. We just wondering, is there any maintenance funding set aside for that facility?
Yes, there is. It'll be a carryover from 2020 again, but I believe we have a $1,000 or $2,000 in there for maintenance for the rink.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Just didn't see it.
Yeah. I don't see a hand up, so I'll take an opportunity to ask a question, which is a couple things. One regarding Glebe Park Committee met and submitted a budget, and you were to go over some of the amounts they put in there were just estimates for things like a bear-proof garbage can, etc. And so I don't know where the request from Glebe Park Committee works into this. Was everything just accepted, or do I look line by line in the larger document?
So there is a section for Glebe Park, and their additional ask this year has been included in that section.
So we can look later in detail if we
Yeah.
have any questions on that. I just didn't know if I needed to, I ended up chairing that committee because Councillor Wood Roberts was working and not able to during the day, and that's understandable. So I just want to make sure if there was anybody that wanted to ask any questions on the Glebe Park Committee requests. I think they were all very reasonable. So, okay. The second question I had was, I'm going to forget. So I will open it up to the floor. I just went out of my head. Nope, library. There you go. Came back in my head. I also sit on the library board for the county. There was a couple of requests. Obviously, you've got the one in there, which is the interlocking brick. I hope we're not replacing interlocking brick for interlocking brick.
No, I'm going to work with Rob Camelon because he's doing some stamped concrete. So I'll work with him and see if we can get it done at the same time.
Yeah, that interlocking brick was a mistake in our climate where we have to put a lot of salt down on those walkways. It deteriorates, and then it deteriorates in little chunks and pieces come out, and it's not great. The other issue that was some drainage seems to be well done. That was done the year before. There was also some requests with the library for interior washroom. The system where you're supposed to press a button and it shows that it's locked. They don't work. If the washroom doors need to be addressed. So I don't know if you understand that concern or what.
Yeah, mostly electrical work to disengage those locks, and I'll have to find a company that specializes in those kind of locks and lights and all that.
Yeah, the simple one, and I don't know that you can replace the door, is just when as the person enters into the washroom, they have the ability to just turn it so it says occupied, and then the only way they can get out is if they turn it, and so the green is vacant. But anyway, the washroom doors are an issue in our library, so I don't know if that requires funding out of this budget or if we take it out of our library maintenance budget, but it certainly would be staff time to address those concerns that the library had. So any other further questions for Andrea or Andrew? I think you're doing your best. We'll see where we end up with 2021, and thank you for dealing with, or 2020, pardon me. But thank you for dealing with the well and water issue at the arena, and we have a really deep well with a ton of water, so had to be done, and that's great to get back open up and communicate. Andrea, that was quite a scramble to communicate with all the users, so thank you for dealing with all of that and all the staff as well that dealt with that. So if there are no further questions for Andrew or Andrea at this time, we will say thank you, and we will move on to our final department, which is the biggie. We saved the best for last. Oh, Councillor Smith, go ahead. Sorry.
I thought we were going to talk about the visitor center as part of Parks and Recreation.
Yes, we are absolutely part. Thanks for reminding me. Apologies. But Barbara and Tamara, I'll turn it over to them while it's under Parks and Rec. They're the experts in this department, and also Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I can start if you want. I'm just assuming you're looking at maybe what our plans are for the year for staffing and that kind of thing. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, in this report that we got yesterday, we were told that the capital cost had increased to $550,000, a deficit of $100,000. Now, 2 months ago, we were told that it was $25,000, that kind of some materials were going to cost more. Last month, Deputy Mayor Kennedy told us that it was likely to be $50,000 over budget, but he was working hard to manage that. And so the surprise last night in reading this report is it says now we're $100,000 over budget. So I'm obviously concerned. You know, and when you get the breakdown here, it says $60,000 for material costs, $26,000 for the HVAC system, and $14,000 for IT infrastructure to contribute to the project deficit. I don't know how an HVAC system being $26,000 over budget and you know, and the IT infrastructure, well, I have no idea what that is. And now the materials is now 60,000 as opposed to the 50,000, and we're trying to squeeze it down. So that's what I was most interested in terms of the surprise here.
Part of it is that part of that number is still a placeholder because we don't know where we're going to land at the end of the day still. We still have a lot of invoices out and we're still working through the grant process, obviously. The other part of it, just trying to go through all your questions now in my head. In terms of the overall, like, as we said, the IT, that's just a reporting as to where we've put it in here. It could fall under another line under operating costs, IT costs. We've also, of note, we've also asked the funding body formally, we've made an official application to be considered for any excess funds they might have. So we've gone through a lot of work. So part of these numbers are maybe a little high reaching too, to try and cover off any potential shortfalls, because we have asked for these equivalent amounts from the federal government. There's no guarantee in any way that we would get them. But if something happens that perhaps they have projects that aren't realized because of COVID through other people that applied for money, the money will go back into the pool and they may be able to reallocate it amongst the projects that are successful, which they're considering one of our project very successful right now because we've actually been able to meet the goals of it, where a lot of people are finding challenges with that. So I think we're going to be in a better position to fine tune that number as we go along, but I'll leave it, Barbara and Pat, perhaps you want to add?
Yeah, I think you've laid it out in terms of the extra costs there, and going back to the grant people, as far as considering some extra funds for our project. So we'll probably not hear anything about that until maybe the first quarter of the new year.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy, did you want to comment any?
Yeah, my reports to council centered primarily just on the building itself, not the auxiliary costs, and that's probably partly my fault. I wasn't aware of some of these costs either until literally 3 weeks ago, and that they were actually going to impact on the building construction bottom line, I guess, for lack of a better word. So we're still, in my mind, we're still looking at the 50 to 60,000 over on the construction costs of the building. The IT and that end of it is more corporate, and I apologize to council if I've misled them in any way on that matter.
Well, I don't think you need to apologize for some things that weren't necessarily considered in the overall funding of it, but I think how we fund the gap from, if we aren't successful in increasing the, if we aren't able to get any more grant money, and we have to finance the difference, then I guess then that becomes, how do we finance the difference? Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I've had discussions with Tamara and Barb that some of these cost overruns were primarily due to increased material costs, which can be directly attributed to COVID. And so I'd like to, if there is some funds in COVID, that we make application to use those funds to help offset some of those costs. Again, it's the numbers that are shown in the budget here today are shocking to me, quite honestly. And I guess that's where the ball lands squarely at my feet. So anyways, that's where we are.
So
go ahead, Barbara.
If I can just say, so those numbers there, the $60,000 actually was picked up off of the report that was presented at the last council meeting, and it was for material items only. Through the budget process, we identified the IT infrastructure. So that's where that number came from. And then when there was a budget review of the entire project, through one of our most recent progress reports, it was discovered the HVAC was not included in those numbers there. So the net impact on this levy here, because we still have some grant money and some donation money that we're going to apply to the expense or the capital expenditure in 2021. So the net impact is $60,000. As far as using the COVID funds, I'd have to go back and check because those funds, again, the terms and conditions, they're very restrictive. So I will see, you know, if there's some leverage there, but cannot guarantee that.
Okay, so like I say, the shortfall we can discuss later. I think ultimately it's a project that we should all be very proud of. It's looking fantastic and will be something, you know, in our community for a long, long time to come. So if it, you know, we have to put some on the levy, so be it. That's to cover that shortfall. It's a fabulous addition, like I say, to our park. One thing before we do move on, I see you, Councillor Smith. Just one thing we do move on before we move on and take your question as well. This is a first draft. So we actually have 2 delegations coming on Tuesday, on December 15th, and both of them are financial requests. So, you know, they are not included in this budget. So just keep that in mind. There's people are going to be asking for some money. Councillor Smith.
Well, just on the visitor center, I'm sure it'll look great, but you know, the numbers that we've got here suggest that it's more than 20% over budget, and so that ought to be a concern because the taxpayers are picking up the tab for it, and you know, I look at it and ask, how does that happen? How does our governance process? What lessons do we learn from this experience? Because, you know, it's hard to say that it's been well executed when you come in more than 20% over budget.
The building is 25% larger than we started in the application process for one thing, and we've had a 60% cost and material increases. I think that accounts for a 25% increase. And I think that's a very reasonable, like if you ask anybody building a house right now, nobody comes in on, like it's a great goal. And I think we would have come a lot closer to it and been fairly close if we hadn't run into all these other issues, the COVID and rising costs.
But then what's the governance process? That, you know, there's no input to council. We just kind of keep getting these reports that it's over budget. As an individual councillor, if I wanted to have $100 spent on something, I need to get approval of council. And here we are. You know, you're right. Tamara, a decision was made by somebody for this building to be larger. Decisions have been made to, you know, go to real timber framing. I don't know what artificial timber framing is, but you know, we made the building bigger. We've gone for these things. As I said, $26,000 I see here for HVAC. So if we hired a project manager and we didn't have an HVAC system in our original budget, how did he think he was going to heat the building? These are, to me, genuine questions or concerns that we need to, you know, evaluate how we got here and how we would avoid this type of overrun next time we're doing something. And again, what is the governance process by which we appear to be just going ahead and spending $100,000 without getting approval from council?
Does anyone want to take that question?
Right here.
Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, that wasn't a good question. That was a brilliant degrading question.
I do think Tamara answered the question previously, and so sort of asked and answered it. I know somebody who's building a home this past summer, and from the original quote, just the roof sheeting alone for their home. Now it's a pretty big home, but the roof sheeting alone was $7,000 more than the original quote. So building materials went up dramatically. So those are things that couldn't have been accounted for, and I don't know. Barbara will investigate whether that qualifies for the a COVID expense. We can look at that. But overall, there were cost overruns in several projects, not just projects within Dysart. You know, just need to look around and see other communities and what large projects they're doing. These things happen, but overall, when we're said and done, I don't think it's worth it being overly critical to the people who have been involved with this project, spending hours and hours. Particularly Deputy Mayor Kennedy has no reason to apologize whatsoever. He's put in countless hours. This was not my project at all. And I think it's something we can be proud of. And it wouldn't have happened without the donation from Rotary and the significant grant that we received. So if overall it costs the municipality, the taxpayer, the levy, $60,000 or even a little bit more, that's very, very good value for what we're getting. And I think we have to be positive, a little more positive on the project. It's not a criticism. There was no negligence. So, you know, it's an unusual circumstance to have building materials go up as dramatically as they did in 1 year. So I also noted that there are still some requests to come in next week. And so in terms of all the different departments, but particularly I would say under the Parks and Rec and buildings and whatnot, there's some requests coming in on Tuesday. We'll see where they fit in. So if there are no further questions to Andrew and Andrea, we will say thank you. And all right, so we will then move and bring Rob Camelon in and talk about our 2021 transportation budget. I'm not sure if John Watson is joining us at the beginning or partway through. Okay, they're both coming in. Okay. One thing's for certain, we will do quite well in the 2020 budget for our snow plowing, other than Saturday. But you know, we're all the December 31st is almost here, and so we're looking in pretty good shape finishing the year. But I won't steal your thunder there. I welcome John and Rob to the meeting. Barbara has the clicker, so she can move the slide deck, and I'll turn it over to both of you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we might as well start with the weather. Here we are, almost through December. Our winter maintenance budget is in pretty decent shape. We don't get an opportunity to say that very often at this time of year, but it's certainly not my thunder. We're at the mercy of Mother Nature. So let's enjoy it while we can, and hopefully we can get through this weekend. So year over year, this is just to give you an idea of where we sit and where we've been the last few years. No surprises. The lion's share of our costs are maintenance, both summer and winter. We just spoke about the winter maintenance, and we will get into that a little bit more as we move on. But I just wanted to show you about our transfer to capital, which could be bridge projects, or the Fort Irwin project would fall under that. But we're also starting to transfer more into reserves year over year, or we're trying to. Next slide, please, Barbara. So of that, so the equipment and infrastructure, we've maintained the 150 grand into there. That's a relatively new reserve that we're starting to contribute to. The bridges and storm sewer, that has been in place since 2014 with the last asset management program. The new ones for this year are the washout, the snowplow, and the sanding. So these are the three we really struggle with year over year. This year, we've been fortunate enough to come in under on all of them. That's not going to happen every year. I would be surprised if we get 2 years in a row. We rarely do. So this budget does include $40,000 each to those reserves. Next, please. So some revenues, and for whatever reason, and I can't explain why, I was looking at this today and I did miss the federal gas tax. So federal gas tax should be in this line to the tune of $191,000. The next greatest is OCIF, and we are eligible for some ICIP this year as well, which we will discuss moving forward. Next. So capital purchases. You know, it's a big department. Our equipment is expensive and it does wear out. The tandem truck was pre-approved earlier. It's actually at the bodybuilder now. We should see it in the spring. A pickup truck, so that is one of our 1 tons. That would be replacing a 2013 model. The excavator lease buyout, that is the end of an excavator we purchased it or released in 2017. So yeah, so that comes from there. We are recommending we hang on to that as opposed to flip it is in for another unit. We're very happy with it as it is. There's no need to get rid of it. AVL expansion. This is a relatively large ticket. This is to the tune of about $61,000. It's something we've discussed. It's been brought up a couple times. It was identified in the service delivery review. I did put the money in there, and I would certainly like to discuss that one in a little more detail, maybe in draft 2 or draft 3. I am open to discussion on that today, in all honesty. If it's something that council wishes to maybe scale back, proceed with, or cut. Really, it's one of those things we want to be careful. We want to implement this properly. And make sure we're putting the equipment in the appropriate vehicles. Sidewalks is on there. We deferred all our sidewalk projects in 2020 due to COVID. I am entertaining doing some of the prep work with in-house staff, depending on how the spring rolls out, and having somebody come in and do the asphalt work afterwards. And there's 2 garage doors that were carryovers from 2020. We have 7 large doors at the Rhodes garage. We've been slowly getting them replaced. Next slide, please. So some more purchases, not coming from the reserve, but from taxation or the levy. An asphalt hot box. Essentially, this is literally a steel box we put in the back of one of our 1-ton trucks. There's some piping throughout it that hooks up to our exhaust system. It's meant to keep asphalt or cold mix asphalt warm. Warm asphalt increases the workability of it. It's easier on laborers that are shoveling it. And this time of year, if we needed asphalt, if it's frozen, it will not compact. We could patch it in the morning. It will be gone in the afternoon. This is meant to alleviate that. There's not many of these out there that slide into the back of a truck. This is the first one that I've seen, quite honestly. It comes out of the States, and we've signed on to a free trial in the spring of 2 weeks to see if it works for us. If it doesn't work, we simply take it out of the budget. If it works, then we can look at purchase. Next one over is a culvert steamer. We have 1 in service. We've always had 1, to my knowledge. The one we have now is 12 years old. They don't last forever. They're propane fired. They're a bit of a unique beast in that there's one company that I'm aware of that can sell them as CSA approved. So basically our goal with this one is to purchase a new one, evaluate what we have left in the old one. If it's worth keeping, I would love to keep it as a spare. Those pieces of equipment, it's kind of feast or famine. Either you don't use them at all or you need multiple on the same day. So. Moving over, traffic counter, we've had much discussion on that. I threw $5,000 into there, and a slide-in fuel tank. That is for one of the patrol vehicles that will be dedicated to our construction crew. It will carry fuel for the excavator and any other on-site equipment. Next one, please. So other notables, so the Dot Roads renewal, we've had that for a few years now. That is $2,500. The mesh work management, so that is our road patrol. We're actually rolling that out to environment as well. So we're expanding what we do with it. So AutoCAD, that is a new purchase. We did that in just a couple months ago. as part of the total station purchase. So that's an annual fee as well of $2,700. The next 3 are small tools for the roads garage. One being a pneumatic jack that's hooks up to our air compressor. Generally use that for the heavier equipment, the excavators, the graders, the tandem trucks. A hydraulic press, so when we get into bearings for the sanders and that type of thing, we can press our own bearings. And our welder. We did purchase a smaller welder, I want to say 3 years ago. This one would be to replace the large arc welder that we have in there that, for all I know, was purchased when we built the garage in the 70s. Next, please. So I'm not going through line by line throughout my entire budget. I'm trying to highlight some notables through here. If I've missed anything, we can circle back at the end, or I may have to get back to you at the next meeting, but I will go through and just highlight some notables moving forward. So this is in a maintenance item. So through the connecting link, we put $5,000 in there. As Barbara has mentioned, we have an application out there for CCTV inspection and flushing of our storm sewer. So the $5,000 will cover that, and it will also cover any application moving forward for subsequent grant applications. Contracted services, this is a static line. We have Fowler Construction, sanding and salting and plowing our connecting link, and we also have some line painting in there annually. Next, please. Construction, here we go. I had this as a placeholder only in this presentation. There's going to be a detailed list at the next meeting of council next week. It's my understanding, and we can discuss that as well, that we have a commitment in principle to the 1.5 million annually plus 3%. So that 1.5 is in here as a placeholder only. We will get into the nuts and bolts of it next week. Next, please. Bridges, this one's easy. We don't have any bridge rehabilitations, touch wood, in 2021. So we do have a $60,000 transfer to reserve as part of the current asset management plan. Next. Structural culverts. This is a relatively new account. This was brought in for the work we did on the Dignan Road culvert. We don't have a lot of structural culverts, but we don't have any planned work in 2021, and we do not contribute to a reserve for those. Next, please. Sidewalks. So here's a big number. Some of this is carryover. Some of it is carryover from 2020, and some of it is included in the ICIP $100,000 allocation. And since we had submitted this, we will also be discussing a joint application with the County of Haliburton at our meeting next week. So this number could very well change, and the scope could actually grow. Really, there will be no impact on the budget. There's no funds required from Dysart for this ICIP program. Next, please. Bridge and culvert maintenance. So that we use this to purchase all our culverts. One thing about culverts is for many years now, we have been replacing old corrugated steel pipe with plastic pipes. At some point, all our network will have plastic pipes in there. This number will go way, way down. But as part of the number this year is we are going to purchase a plate tamper, which we will use at installation. It'll help take those aggressive bumps out of the road after the culvert is installed. It won't eliminate it, it will make it better. Next, please. Washouts. So again, we discuss washouts every year. We kind of flip-flop on how much to put in here. Quite honestly, the amount we put in, we look historically, we don't have a crystal ball, but we did include $40,000 into the reserve, which does kind of inflate the cost, but it's important to know that we are starting to build reserves on these temperamental maintenance items. Next, please, Barbara. Brushing and tree removal. This has dropped quite a bit. We did go out for tender on mechanical brushing last year. It came in quite a bit under what we had anticipated. So we did drop that contract services line by quite a bit. The caveat to that is that will give us 25 to 30 kilometers of work. I remember last year that council did express some concern that maybe we should be doing more. So just know that that 85 grand will allow us to do 25 to 30 kilometers. Anything above that, we will have to add to that line. Catch basins. Annual catch basin clean, which was just completed. We do have an oil grit separator down at York Street. So that oil grit separator, that is actually under approval from the Ministry of Environment. And people may have seen a different contractor come in there and clean that one out. Our normal catch basin crew cannot clean that out. It's a manifested load. Whatever they pull out of there has to be shipped all the way back to Toronto. So it's quite a cost. We don't have to maintain it every year, but it has to be inspected, and if it has to be pumped out, it gets quite pricey. And again, the $18,000 transferred to reserve. Summer patrol. Basically, this is our foreman drives around in the summer to document the roads, and this is strictly the minimum maintenance standards compliance through OREG 23902. Next, please. Hardtop patching, this is a big ticket item as well, $65,000. That pays for all our cold mix asphalt, all our 1/4 inch clear stone for our spray patcher, and all our emulsion. Next, please. Sweeping. If you're looking at your line by line on the 3450, you will see that we are over this year. So we did change the way we accounted in this grouping. What we used to do is the broom bristles used to be charged to the pieces of equipment, which we found was making the equipment not productive. So we changed it to kind of align with our sanding and salting. So sand becomes a material item in our winter maintenance. It doesn't get charged to the truck. This is similar. So basically it should be a net zero, because otherwise these materials would be charged to the equipment itself. Next, please. Dust layer. Here we go again, another wild card. It should breed more discussion on hardtop versus gravel roads. But again, we went in for materials. We're trying to find a happy medium here. It's one of those crystal ball items similar to washouts and winter maintenance. Gravel resurfacing. So you can see the previous costs. I've really scaled this one back, and the intent there was to throw that money into the capital works, whereas the contractor can add that difference, and we can make it part of the capital work project. There's some scale of economy there. They are set up to run gravel long distances. They have crews that do this with larger trucks, so it is cheaper for them to do it. The $40,000 I have in there is basically some touching up some roads that we don't maintain year round. So here we go, talking about one of our wild cards. So you see some of our historical numbers versus our budget. We don't have our year end yet, obviously. But again, say storms like this, especially on weekends, it really does drive the cost up. If we go to the next one, Barbara. So we've had some additional costs since this one. What I can tell you is the sanding year to date has gone up approximately $100,000 since we've done our winter sand haul, and that would be salt material and items like that. So that number is going to go up. It looks like there's quite a difference there, but the actual is catching up to the budget. Winter patrol, similar to summer patrol, it's minimum maintenance standards compliance. That's running about $29,000, $30,000 a year. This one's new to us. Health and safety, the account's not new. What we're doing with it is I've been here for 9 years, going on 10. We haven't done anything with guideposts or guide rail in my time here. I don't know what the program was before, but the $30,000 in there will go largely in towards guideposts and guide rail. We don't have a lot of it, but what we do have has been around for a long time, and it needs to be maintained like everything else. So. again, I just wanted to be clear that this budget does include quite a bit going to the reserve. So we got to keep that in mind in any discussions we have moving forward. If there's anything that I know I've probably missed some things we've talked about in the past. If there's anything that you want added to my budget, anything you want taken out right now, it will save us a step later, obviously. One thing that I can tell you is not in my budget is at a recent council meeting is I was given permission to talk to a traffic engineer to assess our entire network for speed limits and signage and that type of thing. I do not have a number back from there. I'm expecting it will be a large one. And as of now, it is not in my budget. So that's why I want to really focus on the contributions to reserve, because we may need to kind of rethink how much we put in. And I think that's it for me. I do apologize for going through it really, really quickly. It's a very large budget. I know there's going to be lots of questions, and I will try and answer as many as I can now. Whatever I can't answer now, I will get back to you on or have something ready for the next meeting.
Fantastic. And it was meant to be sort of a sort of overall higher level approach today. Yep. We are not looking at what roads we're picking and choosing, or you're suggesting, I shouldn't say choosing, but so the construction target of the 1.5 million is, you know, council has agreed to that. So I will open it up to the floor and see what the rest of council has for you. Councillor Clark has a thumbs up, no comment, and Councillor Smith, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. And obviously, Tuesday will be interesting to see what you've got in mind in the way of roads. I noticed you know, a lot of money being allocated to sidewalks and you know, they call it a boardwalk there from town docks out along towards County Road 21. Have you looked at what might be done in what I'll say some of the more remote areas? I'll use the hamlet of West Guildford, for example. You know, it's a county road, but you know, we're dealing with stretches along the county road, you know, just outside of town there. And if someone was to try and walk from, you know, whether it's the auto shop or the West G up to past the community center toward Bill's or across to the laundromat and the you know, the fast food ice cream shop there, it's pretty treacherous. And I wonder what could be done to create a safer walking you know, trail. Doesn't need to be a concrete sidewalk, but just something that people can walk safely on without being on the road surface itself.
And yeah, say the first, you're absolutely right. It's a county corridor. From our standpoint, if you have sidewalks, multi-use paths, whatever you want to call them, the trick is once they're there, you really should maintain them. So the winter maintenance could be an issue. You know, it's very heavily traveled there in the summer, probably not so much in the winter. So council would need to make a conscious decision that they would spend money through there to put in some infrastructure, knowing they wouldn't maintain it in the winter. If it was through a grant, you know, maybe that was a little more palatable. Through Guildford, it's a little trickier because a lot of it is very narrow. There's already the retaining wall there. There's barrier on the other side. Mm-hmm. So at the very least, you could be into moving a retaining wall or possible property acquisition. But the reason the trails in town were identified is it's existing infrastructure. It hasn't been shouldn't say hadn't been maintained. It's old. It's been around. It's led its life. It was a quick and easy check for us to get something replaced literally for free that we spent money on once upon a time. Whereas if we wanted to spend money from the levy or from a capital, it may not get a lot of support through council. It may. I don't know that. We haven't had that conversation. But the reason that money is in there is literally because it costs us nothing. probably not a great answer on the West Guilford, but I don't have a great answer on the West Guilford situation.
Well, and maybe we don't have an immediate answer, but until there's some investigation done of what the possibilities are, probably nothing will change. And I think my point is that right now, it's dangerous for someone to try and walk. And you've got a comment, Rob. Go ahead.
Say we're talking about West Guilford, we can't forget about Eagle Lake, because I remember years ago in my past life that when they were looking at rehabilitation through County Road 6, the topic of sidewalks came up. And I don't know, I wasn't at Dysart at the time, but I know it was a topic of discussion here. I worked for the county back then. So we did make some design improvements on paper, certainly, to put a sidewalk in Eagle Lake, and it just didn't go anywhere. So I'm assuming it didn't get support from this council. But basically, you're right, West Guilford is one beast and Eagle Lake is another. So it's quite a widespread issue.
Yeah, well, it's a real safety issue, and as I said, it doesn't need a concrete sidewalk, but I think we need something and some study of it as to what would be required to be a solution is overdue. I'd also note, and with respect to your brushing, this active living fund or whatever it is might also get us some trails or walking paths even on lake roads. Most of our lake roads are extremely narrow. There's no shoulder. People are forced to walk on the road surface, and that's dangerous. Maybe it's going to take more than brushing, but maybe we could use funding there, to create some walking space, even for cycling, so that the activity isn't so dangerous for pedestrians as walking on a regular road surface. And again, it's for people that don't spend all of their time in town. It's frustrating for them to see all of this investment in the village of Haliburton, and areas outside of Haliburton don't seem to get the same level of resources. But that's an issue for council. I understand, Rob, it's not up to you to deal with, but as I said, I'd like to get an understanding of what would be required to even complete a study of something like West Guilford, or what to do about these lake roads in terms of how do we improve the situation from what it is right now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Tamara, go ahead.
I was going to say the county may already have something. It might be worth asking them. I know Rob and I were both at the county, or I was anyway, when they did the retaining wall in West Guilford. So they've probably looked at all the lines. As Rob said, there's no space on the other side of the road either. So there's some immediate major concerns with that. That's probably why Eagle Lake probably has more planning work done on it. But I don't think it would hurt to ask the county if they have anything on record to start with, to see what you're looking at.
It's a difficult issue because it's, we have those roads everywhere, cottage roads, and people walk. I think, for instance, what we did work with the people up at Haliburton Lake and have signage saying, slow down, people are walking and that kind of thing. And the pedestrians have a responsibility to walk facing the traffic when there is no sidewalk. So we have so many kilometers of roads that people are walking and cycling on and enjoying, which is great. I think we have to make sure, that pedestrians and active transportation people know how to use those roads properly. The reason that you might be seeming like it's all focused in town, but that's where we have actual sidewalks. That's where we have connectivity to schools, hospitals, shopping. And we have these pathways that some of them are 40 years old that have never been addressed. And so that's a really important issue, is that we need to maintain what we have. So I'll go, Tamara, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, and those are very important metrics for the grant process as well. They want to see the greatest impact on the greatest number of people in terms of active transportation and so forth. Also, $100,000 isn't very much money. It doesn't go very far. They want to see connecting links, not using the MTO term, but they want to see connectivity between existing areas and places like town as well. in terms of having favorable projects.
Rob?
Yeah, in all honesty, the way this, and we'll talk more about it next week, a joint application with the county, and that's focusing on a project that was identified in their corridor study. So if that's something that needs to happen, and maybe that's something that should happen in Eagle Lake and West Guildford, is to have an outside consultant come in there, literally stand out there at the beach and count bodies walking up and down the road, and how many bicycles are there, and how fast is traffic going. But really, that was the driver between with any change along County Road 21 was a study initiated by the county. Now, whether it's a shared cost, I don't know. That's what's going to have to be done. It's have to be an outside party to come in here and sit there and just analyze everything you can think of.
And active transportation is different than going out for a pleasure walk. Active transportation means that we're density, where we build up there, which is our Halliburton Village is our town. So where we have apartments and people living, they can live without a vehicle and they can access to get from A to B without a car. That's active transportation for whatever your purpose is. It means that you're getting around not in a motorized vehicle. So we have, I mean, you just have to be outside right about now on the sidewalks in town and know that it's lunchtime at the high school. So we have to make sure that and we work with the county through that corridor study. That's why there's a crossover that the county paid for at Halbium, and it's very, very well used. So it's our responsibility to make sure those pathways are safe and looked after. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, I think that we all have to realize that these roads were never intended to be walking paths. These roads were originally, built to access for logging or whatever other means, and then became cottage access roads. But at the same time, we also have to realize how things are changing so quickly. So my question is more about the brushing. Since we do have narrow roads, brushing would be a big help. And I'm not sure, is there a model of trying to get around the circuit of 320 kilometers? I know that wouldn't all need brushing, but what would it cost to look at an 8-year cycle, which would be roughly 40 to 45 kilometers per year, just to help improve that or make it a cyclical event?
Yeah, well, I think we could just take the unit price from last year and kind of, forecast it out. And you're right, a lot of the roads around town don't need to be brushed. So, ideally, we were kind of thinking, 8 to 10 years. In any given year, this year was pretty nasty too. It's, any road you drive that we brushed even 4 years ago, you wouldn't even know we were there. Sorry. So yeah, maybe the 4 to 5 year is what we should be doing. But that comes with a price too. Maybe there's some roads we can skip. Maybe there's some that we have to do more frequently. Tag alders, any road with tag alders on it, like 4 years is about your max, and you got to go back there again. We got a road in town that every 4 years we pretty well got to do, whether we like it or not.
Pine Avenue, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, good points, good questions. And overall, I think we'll be having quite a bit of discussion. Councillor Smith, I see you, but more on the detail of the actual roads that you're bringing forward. So, Councillor Smith, one more, go ahead.
Well, I just, again, will remind councillors that the folks on the cottage roads pay a lot of taxes. They not only want the roads to be maintained, but they want to be able to walk in that area. And there are businesses in West Guildford, and right now it's not safe to walk from Bill's down to the community center or to the West G or to the auto shop. And so making that walkable would help support those businesses. Rob, on another topic, I'd asked in the past about the Kinesis and Watts Road intersection, suggesting that three-way stops might make that a little safer. You felt that a different approach might be better. You said it was, I think you referred to the intersection as a football field. Mm-hmm. Does the funding that you've got proposed for your budget here allow you to come up with a solution that could be implemented prior to the summer of 21?
Short answer, no. Actually, it's funny you brought that up. There would be a report coming next week on that intersection. Not that I want to spoil the surprise, but basically the right of way that's up there now, we are fully occupying that right of way. So any improvements we want to do, we're going to be into some property acquisition.
Okay. We'll wait till we get that report next week.
Yeah.
Sorry to
Thank you.
ruin it.
That's okay. We'll look for that. But overall, I mean, you know, part of this budget is making sure that we are riding those ebbs and flows of things like washouts. So we are prepared for a year when we let's say have a bad year. And I think that we're doing a really good job, Barbara and Rob, to make sure that we're putting appropriate funds in year over year to ride the waves that can happen. Like you say, I mean, if you had a crystal ball, if you know if it's going to be a dry summer and need a lot of road dust suppressant or one beaver dam, but at least this way we're covered. We're not going, you know, we're in much better position. Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, and Barbara and I have talked about reserves, you know, till we're both blue in the face. But one thing we both kind of brought up is in the equipment and infrastructure reserve in particular, $150,000, that's pretty significant dollars. And we've committed to putting that money in the budget, and that's great, but we don't really have any direction for staff or any parameters around that money. It's great we're putting it in there, but what's the end game with that money? And I'm hoping maybe 2021 we can kind of establish you know, again, a strategic vision of some sort of, you know, what's the cap going to be in that reserve? What's, you know, do we have any projects that could qualify for that? Or, you know, you talk about the Kinesis Lake or Watts Road intersection. Would that be a candidate for the equipment and infrastructure reserve? I think we have to have a bigger conversation on that, because as much as I love putting money into reserves, it's nice to know kind of what it's meant for.
Yep, absolutely. And we, even with planning, we went through that as where's the cap in the legal reserve. And that's why actually that reserve contribution this year came way down, because we're actually in pretty good shape in that. Councillor Donaldson? Unmute.
I just had two questions. The plate temper, you said was like $30,000. Is that right?
No, though that was the entire account for materials. So the plate tamper was about $2,600 of that $30,000.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I was just, because I mean, 2,600 is not a big deal, but like, do other municipalities have one of those things?
I believe Minden has one for that's an attachment on their excavator. The county has hand operated tampers. So yeah, it's not a new idea. It's been around forever. It's just having the staff to run it, quite honestly.
Oh, so it needs some training. Okay. And the other thing was months ago, I brought up the Elephant Lake and Loop Road parkette or pullover area that needs to be in this budget. I just need to know what the next step is that we need to do to get it on the budget.
Next step from my end is I have reached out to our operations manager just for some costing on how much to, like, for fill. You had reached out and you have a price per load for fill. But staff needs further direction on what the level of service will be for this pullover. I know it's on county right of way, but is the intention to plow it in the winter? Are we going to sod it and have park benches and that kind of thing? Because from my end, yeah, we can absolutely build it, but what do we do with it once it's there?
Yeah, it would definitely snow plow in the wintertime. I mean, it doesn't matter when you go there, there's somebody pulled over on private property, and this needs to happen. So I guess just, so you're saying staff just needs to get a price to be in the budget?
Exactly, and we need to know some finer details, really. You know, it'd be nice to have and maybe Jeff knows, maybe Jeff has this. I don't even know what it looks like or where it is, quite honestly. I know it's on Elephant Lake Road, and it's meant to be a pull-off area with 2 culverts. So,
yeah, and I've already had the county out and looked to give the two in and out driveways. So I think all the preliminary has been done. It's just a cost now.
Ideally, a project like that would be done in conjunction with our capital works, that we're doing ditching and that type of thing, we'd have the forces out there. The fill would be free. It would actually cut back on the capital work because we wouldn't be trucking it for miles and miles to get rid of it. So yeah, we definitely need to tighten up the finer details there, but as of now, there's nothing in my budget for that.
Okay, so the county is ditching, because they've ditched the first 5 kilometers of Elephant Lake going from the other end. So there'll be 5 more kilometers done on the county road this year. So to make that happen, and so it's cheaper, it does need to happen this year so that the fill is available. So you put that in the budget that the fill can be, it kind of needs a prep work to get the fill there though. So if it's not in the budget right now, how do we get it in there?
Yes, because you brought that up as a notice of motion. So my understanding, I thought there was going to be a bit of a report and a proposal, maybe even a, hand-drawn sketch at the location and everything, and then some costing in that. So while it's not in today, and definitely agenda's already done for Tuesday, possibly if we could at least have that for consideration at our next budget meeting to know what we're talking about, that would be helpful. So Councillor Donaldson, I'm going to keep that with you. That's your and staff to work together to bring some kind of proposal for our next budget meeting, even if it's not the full drawings, but you're just verbally telling us that you talked to county and you have approval for 2 driveways, so there is an entrance, exit, etc. So we'll hold that thought, but you've got some work to do, because I think our next budget meeting is it the 8th of January? Yes. So for that, we'll need some costs to Dysart if it's to be included in the 2021 budget. Is that fair? Okay. Rob?
Thanks. Yep.
Rob, go ahead, and then Walt after.
Yeah, and then say, because we're still talking about it, but I'm still unclear on what's going there. Are we looking at picnic tables, benches, flower beds? Is it literally just a pull-off area, or similar to the old MTO parks they had years ago, just for people driving cross country that need to pull over and rest?
Okay.
I think so. It's fairly wooded. I walked it with Councillor Donaldson. It's lovely. There's sort of way beyond. There's a little bit of a creek. I don't think you need a picnic bench. You might need an outhouse.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Councillor McKechnie was next.
Yeah, Rob, I'm just wondering if there's any chance you could put something in to get that problem at Klondike boat launch, the parking and the turnaround.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up with operations manager there, because I believe there was work started this fall. In all honesty, I don't know how far they got, if they got anywhere at all, quite honestly. But yeah, we'll have to look back and see where that money was coming from. It might be a carryover.
Thanks for that reminder, Councillor McKechnie. So anything else up to this point before we move on to the waste section? Okay, so John, we'll turn it over to you now.
Actually, I'm going to still carry on with this a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
John's here for moral support for me.
Okay, it's your budget. You're the department head, so go ahead.
He can answer the tough questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so first and foremost, it's no surprise that the environmental side of things, the costs they're increasing quite sharply. So we've been looking at this a little closer as we've been doing this budget, and what we will do come year end is, in particular, the recycling and waste diversion side of things, the costs are really, really climbing. It costs a lot of money to get this stuff out of our landfills. So what we want to do is, ultimately, we want to make sure that the tipping fees are covering the costs of the C&D removal, is one of the big things. And more importantly, moving forward, since Halliburton is now a transfer station, West Guilford's probably not far behind it, in all honesty. There's going to be some huge costs there to truck this garbage out. What I can tell you, year to date now, it's cost us about $170,000 to get that waste out of Halliburton. it's going to be a similar number at West Guildford. So it's something we're going to have to plan for. And ultimately, some of those costs will be offset by some maintenance, but it's still going to be a net cost. I'll tell you that right now. So if you look at the, oh, sorry, this is, that's overall. So next slide, please. So year over year, say no surprises. We just went through that last slide. So costs are going up. We are expecting a surplus this year. I couldn't tell you what that's going to be. There's still some big ticket items, but I think we'll be okay this year. So you see the budget next year is actually a little bit lower. Next slide, please. This is the one I was thinking of. So if you look at the site by site, no surprises, Halliburton's leading the charge there. West Guildford's not far behind. So your two busiest landfill sites are going to become transfer stations. One at the end of this year. West Guildford, certainly within 2 years, we'll be transferring everything out. Again, there's very significant costs associated with waste diversion. So piggybacking on that, so why are costs increasing? So at Halliburton, we have to install some additional monitoring wells. That's a ministry requirement. It's a naturally attenuated site, and we're obligated to keep an eye on the groundwater. We need to know where it's going, what's in it, that type of thing. That's done with annual monitoring. So there's no landfilling effective January 1st at Halliburton. It does eliminate our intermediate cover, but we still need to apply final cover to the entire site, which consists of about 2 feet of depth. There is money in this year's budget, or 2021's budget, sorry, to do a topo survey of Halliburton landfill. The intent there is to determine the amount of cover needed to close out the site, and also to get some geographic features identified for a proper transfer station, whether we have room for one or more sets of scales. Next slide, please. Harcourt, we're asking for 1 additional staff member for the summer months, similar to Kinesis and West Bay. You'll see on the same slide. This has come to light this year in particular. These sites are getting busier in the summer. This year in particular, there's people staying here longer, and I can tell you, people are stressed. There's some interactions happening at the landfill. We've had the OPP involved in landfill more than once this year. So we're proposing in the summer to have additional staff there, as opposed to having 1 employee on site, we will have 2. Much of that has to do with health and safety and employer obligations. Kinesis Lake, we're gonna have a carryover of a CAS project, which is again identified by the ministry. John is, I've handed that off to John. He's running with the ball, so to speak, and you will have an update on that probably next week. It's one of those files that, yes, it's stalled, but it is moving forward. It'd be nice to get that tidied up with the ministry. Next slide, please. West Guildford, again, we're looking for some additional staffing there. It's a very busy site as well. Generally in the winter months, we would only have 1 staff member there, but there's enough traffic going through there. We should have to keep an eye on things. There was an F-ball, what we call an F-ball identified. Again, it's historical. It's not something that's happened in recent years, but it's something we have to deal with and clean up. We're working with our environmental consultant on the best way to approach that, and you will get an update on that this spring. Next slide, please. So as discussed, the monitoring wells, they're not cheap to put in, but they are a requirement from the ministry. We're looking at a detailed survey, again, find out how much cover we need. 40-yard bins. So again, since we're trucking garbage out of Halliburton, we're utilizing more bins. Household waste, there's a lot of moisture in household waste. It does rot the bins out quicker. We're gonna have to replace these bins a little more often. And they're going to carry on with the integrated waste management study. We have spent a little bit on it in 2020, but it's going to be a carryover into 2021. West Guilford, again, purchased some more bins there. And so that $100,000, it is very much a placeholder. I don't expect anything to be that much, but until we have to identify the best solution, we put $100,000 in there as a placeholder only. There's been no commitment with that money at this point. So if you're looking at your line by line, you're going to see that the cost per site, the contracted services, the numbers are quite high compared to budget. But if you look down to recycling, you have the opposite effect. So what we did there, that is strictly accounting, that's internal accounting. What was done in the past is construction and demolition costs were always charged to recycling. And now we can't say all the time that construction waste is sorted and sent to end markets. We had a stretch there where it literally was taken from our sites and tipped over a bank. So they're not recycling costs. We are now just charging those costs to each individual site, but that will be offset by the lower cost in the recycling. And again, once we get our year end, we're going to break this down a little better for you, because I've been staring at these numbers for quite a while now, and it's even harder for me to keep it straight in my head. I can only imagine what you're thinking right now. And I think that's the quick and dirty on environment. I may have missed something that I was supposed to include, but please bring it up now and be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, so let's open it up to questions. Councillor Wood Roberts.
I just have a question about like all the plastic and cardboard recycling and stuff that goes. I know the backhoe kind of jams it down in there, but would there be any benefit to having some sort of compactor by weight or like square foot volume, those sorts of things?
I kind of cut out. I think you're asking about compactors. John, you may want to hop on this one. This is kind of your area of expertise.
Yeah. So in terms of compacting the recycling, we don't want the material too compacted, because when it gets to the recycling facility, it's very hard to unsort the material that's been compacted together. In addition, provincially, the province is moving to full individual producer responsibility starting in 2023 to 2026. In that phase, the producers of packaging will become responsible for funding the entire cost of the Blue Box program. So ultimately, the producers will decide how the collection system around recycling will be operated. And there's definitely been some direction from AMO and even from the recycling product stewardship associations not to be adding any additional infrastructure around recycling or major program changes, because the producers are trying to ensure they know the cost when they start the collection system. For us would be 2024. So there's kind of another thing happening a few years down the road that's going to impact our recycling as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question and really interesting answer. And as well with that, hopefully there is a, what's the word? So therefore recycling will be the same across the province. So we don't have different people that come up from one jurisdiction and they come up to their seasonal home and this is done this way and this is done that way. It should be fairly similar across the province with this changes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good question. Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, Rob, we had some concerns about the early snow up at Halliburton Lake, people getting into the landfill site, and also at West Guilford. But I tried to explain to them that they probably weren't out plowing because of all you do is plow up dirt. So I'm sure you were aware of that, but I just want to bring that to your attention again. And the other one is for John, and I'm probably the only one on council that's so for it, but I'd like to see us, if we agreed to really look into incinerating garbage in our, not so much our community, but maybe our county or in the province. Looking at these numbers that Rob and John just put up here just scares the heck out of me. And it just seems to me like we got our head in the sand. There's so many people worrying about so many environmental things in our world today. And I think Canada especially is really falling behind in regard to incinerating garbage. And somebody's got to lead it, John. So maybe you don't want, if I was sitting in your chair, I'd be leading that that march to try to promote incinerating garbage. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKechnie. And one of the things, Rob, you talked about, okay, I see Councillor Smith, I'll just might as well finish my thought, which was regarding staffing, upstaffing, and I think that's really important for health and safety and also for compliance. So those two reasons. To offset that, I believe in our service delivery review, one of the things was to consider hours. So while we up the staff, we may consider limiting the hours. We have, I think landfills and when they were called dumps, you just went to the dump. Like, we're practically 24/7. You could go whenever you wanted and you could throw in whatever you wanted. And the only way that we're going to get better compliance and keep the staff there safe is meeting a reduction of hours. So I think that's something that won't be on this budget line necessarily, but it's something that we definitely have to consider and was in the service delivery review. Rob, and then John, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, earlier I had mentioned we'll, once we hit year end, we'll have some firmer numbers to deal with some costing. And maybe we can just take that project one step further and do it site by site. And, we can add the traffic counts and that kind of thing to it just to see, what's it costing per vehicle to go through the gate.
Yeah. Yeah, good job. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. So Rob, a couple of topics. One, you've referenced buying, I believe it was 10 bins, but you called them open top bins for garbage. And it's always a debate, should you get the open top or should you get the ones that have lids on them so that we can keep the bears out? And so I was wondering what your thinking is with now going to the open top.
Well, our thinking there is we have some open top now. With Halliburton, we don't really have a bear issue at Halliburton. The open tops, it's one more level that the guys got to do. They got to open the lids every day. And what we're finding now, and John, you can jump in if need be, is they're spring assisted lids. And as everything does, springs wear out. And it really becomes, again, a health and safety issue for some of these guys trying to lift the lids, especially when there's only one guy on site. With Halliburton, the bins, certainly with the garbage, aren't there very long anyways. They're shipped out, I would say, in less than a week. So there's really no odor issues. There's no bear issues. They're cheaper. And if we need to, we can always add the lids later if we find ourselves in a bind.
And so for Kinesis and West Guildford, you're going to stick with the ones with the lids on them?
I got to go back through my notes because I know Kinesis, they got those bins before I was in this role. And I'm not so sure that the ministry was involved in that one. So, that may be a requirement from the ministry, and maybe that's why they're still there.
Okay. And just the other topic with respect to West Guildford. So you've mentioned in the report we got yesterday, and you mentioned in your slide presentation here that West Guildford is really overfilled now, and the cost of dealing with that, you've got an estimate there. But should we be accepting any garbage now at West Guildford, or would it be better to start hauling it all away, kind of effective, next week or next month? What's the sense of adding to it when it's already overfilled?
Well, the thing with Guildford is we're still able to landfill there. So we've committed till May 1st deadline to landfill commercial garbage there, at which point we're not going to accept commercial garbage at West Guildford either. So there's a few haulers that are going to have to make alternate arrangements there. And we are in the process with our environmental consultant now. We're reviewing all our ECAs for all our landfills. And ultimately, we want them all to align with each other, that we can transport everything out. But I agree wholeheartedly, and West Guildford in particular, we are moving towards permission to haul everything out. Hopefully that will come to fruition this year. And if that happens, then 2022, we stop landfilling. To me, it's easy. It's a no-brainer.
when I look at this budget line item, and I know there's a lot of people say, what do we get for our taxes? And I know it's probably the least glamorous thing we do, but yeah, you get the privilege of getting to deal with your garbage. It's a very expensive item.
Yep.
Rob?
Yeah, and again, say we'll get some firmer numbers too, but year to date between Blue Box and household waste at Halliburton, Blue Box municipality wide, you're over $400,000. So, you know, take commercial or C&D into that. You know, C&D is somewhat subsidized with tipping fees. You're almost $500,000 removing construction waste from these sites. Like the growth is just amazing around here. The amount of construction that's going on.
Mm-hmm. So we all need to waste less, right? John's doing a fabulous promotion job of that. If there are no further questions at this point, I'm going to propose that we take a 20-minute break. It's not a long lunch, a little longer than a bio break, but we're most of us at home. I'm here at the council office. I brought in a bite to eat and we can get right back to it. Rob, sorry.
No, sorry. I didn't know, and maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but I have a very short presentation on the sewer system. If you wanted to knock that one off.
What do people think? Want to knock that off, and then we'll take this a 20-minute break. And I know Councillor McKechnie, you won't be back, so that's okay. You can watch it on our YouTube channel. You can watch the remainder of the meeting. So yeah, let's do the sewer.
Sorry, just gonna open it up here.
Okay.
Sorry, I just got to share my screen again here.
And my apologies, I was thinking it was finished.
It's not a long one, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, similar to the previous ones, a year-to-year breakdown. One note here is we are expected to have a deficit. You know, if the budget as presented will be about $58,000 shy. What I can tell you is there is some good news. I spoke with Randy from Clearford, and we are expecting somewhat of a surplus from 2020. Right now, we're guessing it's going to be around $40,000. So, you know, we can maybe massage this in draft 2. Next slide, please. No surprising, the operating costs. So that would be the fellas at Clearford, maintaining the plant and the line. You know, a distant second, but nonetheless significant is hydro. So, and that hydro is for all the pumping stations and the plant. Next one, please, Barbara. So revenue, so metered sewage, it's no surprise there. Metered sewage has kind of been up and down the last couple of years. COVID certainly hasn't helped. What I do have in this budget is I put $10,000 in there to really assess what we have for meters at the 7 sites we have, because quite honestly, we don't have an inventory out there. We're going to figure out what kind of meters we have, maybe find out the age of them. Hopefully they're all the same. I can't say that right now, but ideally it'd be nice to have 1 or 2 sitting on the shelf and change these out every 3 to 4 years. So we know these meters are calibrated. Some of these readings that we're seeing are just, you know, there's too much fluctuation there. I just suspect there's something wrong with the meters. They need to be maintained. Capital breakdown. So the 2 big ones here are generator upgrades at SPS number 2, which is down by the laundromat, as well as the plant. You may remember in 2018, we had the generator replaced at SPS number 2. What these upgrades do is they would bring them into compliance with the CSA standard for emergency backup sources. Basically, as it stands now, they're not CSA compliant. They're not required to be CSA compliant, mind you, because it is not considered a life-saving service. But I think it's in the municipality's best interest to bring these things up to a CSA standard, knowing if we ever do need them for a prolonged period of time, they're going to function, they're going to work for us. In particular, SPS number 2, we upgraded the generator, but we didn't do the louvers or the exhaust or the fuel tank. So this is all stuff, because it's CSA, only certain people can work on it, and it does drive the cost up. Randy is working with a contractor to kind of get some better pricing and maybe see if we can piecemeal this a little bit. By all means, if we need to cut one of these out, we can. It's not these generators won't work. It's just we're trying to work towards getting these up to the CSA standard. And there you have the $10,000 to replace the meters. Again, this is in your budget package. So most of this is annual maintenance. So refurb the UV units, the annual flushing and CCTV that was just completed last month. Odor control is year to year. Excuse me. The refurb of the 3 pumps, that's kind of a wild card. These sewage pumps, they don't give you any notice when they need maintenance. Basically, they'll signal that they're broken, and then we ship them out. So that's by and large a placeholder. We may not need all of that money, but we put that in every year just as a precaution. And again, replacing the ball check valves. The system is aging. Clearford has been excellent at being proactive and trying to get ahead of this maintenance before it does become a problem. So again, that was a quick and dirty one. I do want to circle back to the capital breakdown. I want to emphasize that the SPS generator upgrade and the plant generator upgrade, it's not that they're not working. That's something we want to work towards, is to get these CSA compliant. So don't feel that we're saying these 2 projects have to be done. I just spoke with Randy today, and we're happy to tackle one this year and one next year if that's the will of council.
Okay, good to know. But
and I stress that because as of now, we will have a shortfall.
Yeah, but at the same time, you say they're not life-saving per se, but
in my eyes, it's due diligence on our part. I wouldn't want to be in this seat if we had a catastrophic failure at the plant.
Exactly. So questions on this, and again, I think, well, we can't really necessarily include anything here in our budget for 2021. It's something that we'll be talking about when we look at goals with the service delivery review in terms of opportunities to extend the line, how we finance that. But it's a better system if we can get more people on the system. That may be coming through just the fact of growth in some of the projects that Jeff talked about in the planning department coming forward in the next year or being proposed. We'll see how that goes. We may get a flurry of some capital connections in the next year or 2, but those, you can't count on those. Can't count on your chickens before they're hatched. So questions on the sewer budget? Councillor Clark?
Maybe one thing for consideration going forward, like we're pretty much set with the existing we've got, but I think we've got to start considering at least a limited areas for municipal water. We've got that's a major issue with regard to expansion of our community and especially commercial industrial. So I don't know if there's opportunity to start looking at putting some money aside, Rob, for looking at that going forward at some point. But I think we have to get that on the radar. Thanks.
Absolutely, and I think we've talked about line expansion quite often now, and that's something that absolutely should coincide with line expansion. It's probably going to be out to the west of town kind of thing, but yeah, they can coincide for sure.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clark. It's always been a tricky issue. Wasn't done at a certain time, and now it's like such a big elephant. Where do you start with that? But certainly, whenever you're digging up a road, you might as well have the lines down there ready in case. So, any other questions at this point? Okay, so now you're finished, Rob. Sorry, I think so. So now we will call for a 20-minute recess to grab a quick bite, stretch your legs. Councillor McKechnie, safe travels, and we'll see you back here at about 5 after 1. Tamara, you're muted. Am I missing something?
No, I was just going to ask Barbara, what do you think? Do you have an estimate of how much more?
We just have we're all done, all the department heads. We have a summary review of revenue and expense report 2021 over 22. We have an estimates, and then I just want to open it up to the floor to councillors for anything that we've missed, projects, ideas. They've been coming forward, but I've got a couple things.
Yeah, and those two reports there that you had mentioned, they're just complimentary. Indirectly, we've discussed them through the presentations today.
So, Tamara, is your suggestion that we can adjourn?
Well, I just wondered because like staff probably haven't brought in their lunches because they weren't anticipating, so they may need longer than 20 minutes if you are going to break. But
okay.
But it depends how many questions you have, whether you want to just plow through, because I think the presentation from our end, we're done.
We could do that as well. I guess I just want to open it up to the floor, and I don't know how long that's going to take, because I do not want to cut anybody off if they have an opportunity to want to, bring up different ideas. This is the time to do it. So, so we don't necessarily need to take a lunch break at all. We could just keep going forward. Can we take 5 minutes and keep our screens on? I need 5 minutes. I got to grab something to drink. I'm sitting here parched, so I need to get up from my chair. I see some of you guys are able to get up from your chair but I can't. So I'm just gonna, how about if we just take 5 minutes and we'll see how that goes instead of a lunch break. Is that okay? Okay, so you can just turn your screens off, and anyone watching, we can keep it live. It's just 5 minutes. Okay.
I know you didn't get one question.
I did come in with a decrease for the first time.
You're not muted, John, just so you know.
Okay, take my last little bite of my snack, and we are still live streaming. We didn't stop the live stream. Just to remind everybody for that, and thank you for that quick break. I just wasn't sure how long we needed to take after presentations. Like I said, I don't want to rush anything. So Barbara, I'm going to turn it over to you for those last two reports, and then I want to make sure that we open it up to councillors for things that haven't come up today. As I said earlier, I've got a couple things that I have on my list for consideration. So let's just go to those last two reports if we can, Barbara.
Okay. So the one report, the summary revenue and expenditure report, similar format that we publish every month for the municipal operations. And this here is just comparing 2019 to 2020 and then the 2021 budget. It's kind of an overall overview by segment and then by each activity within the segment there. So again, very similar to what is published on the monthly agenda, council agenda. And the other report there is just a supporting schedule for our bylaw once we establish what the municipal levy rate will be. And basically just giving a top level snapshot of expenses by department. And again, you can see that the top three are environment, transportation, and protection. Just looking at our sources of revenue, again, municipal taxation represents almost 59% of our revenue. And that's about 1% higher over 2020.
Okay, so are there any questions on those two reports? And if not, then I want to open it up to councillors for general comments, concerns, things they'd like to see in the budget they haven't seen today, goals, ideas, all of it. So any questions to Barbara on those two reports? Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for including those. So let's open it up to the floor to see what other councillors have been thinking, things that they haven't seen today. Councillor Clark, we'll start with you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we had a visioning session back in May of 2019, and as a council and as a senior management team, we identified a number of areas where we think it's important for this community to plan and grow. And we are making some bit of a headway. I think Head Lake Park is, and the visioning we've got there is a big step towards that. We're being, I think, a bit proactive and continue to be proactive on things like waste management and even trying to improve roads. But we've got a number of areas of planning that are required. Everything from, some things are moving forward with regard to housing. I think we need to be a little more proactive in terms of looking at a longer term picture for perhaps community center recreation needs for the community. I think I'd like to see something at least outlined in the budget for trying to get some of that stuff on the radar. Now, that's not to say we've still got continuing problems with regard to COVID-19 and the ability to be able to meet with community and to do some of this stuff. But I think it's important, at least we get some proactive planning placement in the budget going forward. And I know it's an issue of not just funding, but it's also an issue of staff. And I think we've got to start with regard to the person who's doing procurement and grant to release at least a bit of time with regard to our senior management people. But that's a big part of it. So it's not only a few dollars set aside for doing some proactive planning, long-term planning going forward, but also in terms of staff support to be able to support us being more proactive in our planning. Thank you.
Okay, so I know that one of the things we had talked about with the gift of land that we'll be getting, which is still going forward, it has been delayed due to COVID-19 and whatnot. But I've spoken to Marnie Blair, and that will still go forward. But yeah, it definitely has taken a lot, longer, and also just even, I sort of wanted to finish the Head Lake master plan first, and then work on that. But in terms of dollars and cents, is there anything that we need to be putting, or you would suggest that we put in our budget to work towards that plan?
Yeah, there should be, perhaps maybe through tomorrow, it would be a better place to center some of that. That would be something that she'd be driving with her department heads, and what's actually doable within a 5-year or 10-year picture. So she see her got her hand up there. She's got some ideas.
Well, I think one of the things you had mentioned, Larry, was the potential of maybe a ULinks project to do some research on what the community needs were to get starting at identifying from that end. Just start having those community discussions. That doesn't require a whole lot of money, but maybe a couple $1,000s or so for.
And what we're seeing tomorrow from the university is exactly is there's more emphasis on sustainable growth in rural communities. And I think they've identified that, a lot of this has got to be locally driven. So they seem to be stepping up. So there may be some opportunity for us to partner with, with some of the universities or planning groups to at least help us develop a vision of where we're going and develop a longer term plan.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll work on that. And one of the things that is especially challenging to get the public consultation that you'd want involved in any project like that while we're under this format. With the Head Lake Master Plan, we had been able to at least have a very productive meeting in this council chamber with face-to-face, and it took a while to get that going. But something to consider. Councillor Smith, you wanted to add something, or maybe a new subject?
Well, Councillor Clark mentioned the session that we had back in May of 2019, where we identified a number of possible projects. But to me, I keep coming back to the need for council as elected representatives, we're put there by the public to make some decisions, to sit down together and talk about our priorities and align around a small set of priorities. We can't be everything to everybody. You've heard me talk about roads, for example, not just for cars to drive on, but places where people can walk and cycle and so forth. Obviously a priority of mine. Other priorities that, matter to people is the obviously high-speed internet. Say, well, the county with EORN is looking after that, and certainly there's some good work and progress being made there. The environment. The environment is not just about the landfills that we operate, but it's about protecting our lakes. The county's working on a shoreline bylaw. That's part of it, but there's a lot more to be done there in terms of water quality. And what role can we play in terms of educating people about invasive species? We've had several lakes here in Dysart have had outbreaks of the blue-green algae blooms here just in the last few weeks. Again, helping from an education point of view, what can property owners do? We've got a septic inspection program. We haven't even had a thorough report on in terms of the results of Area 1. Is that a factor in, the consequences of old septic systems? Is that a factor in the blue-green algae blooms? That's the future of our community. If we lose those lakes, we're done. Not only will property values decline, but people won't want to be here anymore. I look at short-term rentals as an issue that, people on the lakes care being bought up by investors solely for the purpose of putting on Airbnb. And we're not addressing that. We had the service delivery review report that we've received back in October. Where are the resources to follow up and work on that in terms of implementing some of these things? I won't go on, but until council selects a few priorities and agrees as a team, these are the things we're going to focus on. Here are the goals and objectives that we're going to put in place associated with those priorities. Here's how we're going to keep score, because we ought to be able to report on how far we've come and where we're going. Taking a bigger issue, Larry's talked about the Head Lake Park and so forth. What is our future vision for the village of Halliburton? We keep approving development outside of the village itself. There's of empty storefronts. Some of them have been empty for more than a year. There's other businesses that probably won't open next spring. What do we anticipate that village to look like in the future? And what are we doing to help us get there? There's a lot of big questions, and we've each individually got our own. I've just given you some of mine. But if we don't sit down as a group and agree on some things and pick a few targeted items that these are the things we're going to work on, how do we go back to the public and say, here's the progress we've made? Because again, as a council, we haven't done that yet. And that to me is a shame, but there's still time.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. One of the things that I am excited about that is in the budget is some funds set aside to do a strategic plan. We have over the years done community visioning sessions. We have done a community economic development strategy. We have a cultural resource plan. We have been making strides, but it is, we need a corporate strategic plan that will do exactly what you're saying. And so the service delivery review came first, and strategic plan was definitely identified as a need to come out of that. So I think that will help us get those goals that you're referring to, and everything that it also is going to give staff direction to, does this meet the strategic plan, or is council going off the rails? So I think it's a good thing for council, not just this term of council, but beyond, and also for staff. The other thing in terms of the service delivery review itself, is on my list of things to do today while I'm in the office. Tamara is here. I'm going to be speaking with her to send out a doodle poll to find out a date where we can just talk about the strategies and things set out by Strategy Core, particularly short-term rental. That's coming up with every local municipality, and so I think there's an opportunity there, and the time is now to be doing that. So again, strategic plan, reviewing the service delivery review will help with a lot of those things. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything, or Tamara, if you want to add anything, or other councillors to that. So in terms of funds budgeting, we do have money in the budget for the strategic plan. We haven't set aside any particular dollars and cents for anything else that I'm aware of. because we haven't really reviewed the service delivery review. I'm getting tongue tied with all the different things, the names, but you know, if there's something, if we want to set aside some money, this is an opportunity to bring that up because it's budget. Do we want to put aside some money so that we can work towards doing something about short-term rentals? We know that that's one of the priorities in the, you know, should we be putting in some money right now? I'll let Tamara speak to that and then open it back up to the floor. Tamara?
I would just like to remind them that people that there's probably a lot of the monies to address a lot of the items within the service delivery plan. Not a lot, but some of them are already included in our operational budgets. For example, Rob talking about some of the digital needs for the roads department. That's something identified in the plan. Staff have been very good over the years of whether you mentioned a number of the plans that we have in place, cultural, economic development, so forth. You'll always see, like you'll notice the planning department reference the economic development plan when they're speaking to different things. Staff have been very good at keeping these plans alive and referring to them and bringing it back to council's attention when something has been a priority for council or has been identified as a community need. So I think that'll continue. And I think you'll see us as staff continue to include a lot of these items as moving forward projects to meet these overall.
Yes, absolutely. The same, you know, with the building and department and whatnot, but so.
Yeah, same thing, like that's budgeted there. So it's not just one line under service delivery review or this or that, it's.
But we don't have any money set aside because it doesn't fit under any department for short-term rental. I don't know what the money specifically would go for.
Well, I don't think there would be any money required at this point for it. Like a lot of what we have examined so far doesn't take any upfront money to deal with. But there was one thing you and Deputy Mayor Kennedy had mentioned, taking it for a potential county-wide discussion before we got too much further at this level.
Exactly. Yeah. So, you know, unless there's some, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment on the short-term rental. We're stuck in the middle here. We have whatever we do has impacts with our other three neighbors. And to me, any one of the lower tiers taking this on by themselves is irresponsible. Should be done at the county level. There's already a tourism department there that could take advantage of the 4% funding that's available through short-term rental, the rental stuff. Anyways, I've got lots of thoughts, but let's just call it a day.
Yeah, this is the thing. So in procedural rules, I can't just say call a meeting and talk to Brent and Carol and Dave and say, hey, let's all get in a room. Oh, wait a second. I'm 4 members of county council talking. So then there's a quorum issue and I'm moving the business forward. So I think what Deputy Mayor Kennedy just said, the best thing to do is for us to bring it up as whether it be a notice of motion at county council so that we create a working group committee to look at this. So then we, similar to even the shoreline bylaw, we would be delegating that back up. It doesn't mean that local municipalities have the responsibility. It gives us the opportunity to talk about it. Right now, your hands get tied. We could talk about it here at Dysart, but we talk about it in our silo. And we shouldn't be. We have to be talking about it with our neighboring municipalities so that we come out with one program. We may not get agreement. We may have where the MAT tax goes to the county, but each local municipality has a slightly different bylaw. I don't know, or licensing fee, but if we've got to start that conversation with our neighbors, and in order to start the conversation, it really has to happen at the county table, because otherwise I'm breaking municipal act and quorum, and I can't do that. So it's one of these, I don't know, chicken and egg things, or catch 22 is what I mean to say more, that we you know, we want to do it the right way. Councillor Smith, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, you know, we could say that everything could be done better at the county table. I mean, you know, we took an initiative on fireworks, and we, you know, came up with a different answer than some others. So then we went back and modified our fireworks to align with somebody else. The same thing on septic systems. You know, we delegated the shoreline up to the county council, and God only knows where that's going to go now. And so you want to do the same thing with short-term rentals. One could legitimately ask the question, why do we have a Dysart council if we're just going to farm it all off to the county? We don't seem to be able to deal with anything at a local level. And that's, to me, that's wrong. But if we don't want to deal with it at a local level, then let's get on board, take the initiative and say, okay, we don't need a Dysart council. We're going to have the county do everything for us.
Well,
we don't need to have the same laws or same bylaws as every other jurisdiction in this county. That's a simple matter. And if short-term rentals are a concern of ours, why do we need to wait for the rest of the county to decide that it matters to them and go at it exactly the same way? It's as simple as us deciding to act as opposed to wait on others.
So I didn't say that the county does it better. I said in order for me to have the conversation with my neighboring counterparts to do it legally, I have to do it at the county table. Otherwise, I'm breaking the municipal act, and I will not do that. We did not say that they would do it better, and I also did not say that we could have individual differences. I would like to start the conversation there to see if there's cooperation. That is exactly what the service delivery review is all about. We're supposed to be cooperating with each other. Is there a good way to do it together? And I think that's not saying that Dysart doesn't have relevance. And we're having a conversation about us taking something to the county table, and maybe there's some of the county councillors are watching our meeting today, but we haven't done that yet. So I think we're really jumping the gun. I just want to acknowledge that it is a priority coming out of the service delivery review. So I think before we here at Dysart do anything, I will be in touch with Tamara today to work on a doodle poll to find some dates that we can set aside a meeting to discuss our service delivery review. We will not make a notice of motion at the county or do anything until Dysart has the conversation regarding the service delivery review. I think that's the good way to go. But we are today talking about our budget, and today we're talking about Dysart's budget, and do we need money in our budget for different projects, ideas, things that got missed, things that you have had on your mind, things that you want to bring up today. I know there's a lot to digest. It is only a first draft. So I'll also turn it back over, open the floor to see if there's Councillor Donaldson, you want?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's on this list, the Harcourt or the Elephant Lake Road, Loop Road, Parkette. So I know it's on with the roads, but if this is another list, I would like to have that put on the list for sure in the budget.
Okay, and so we'll need those budget figures. We won't be able to, to bring back.
Yeah.
So I think if you can work with the staff on that one. One of the things that I wanted to bring forward, get my notes, is at the county, we have sort of, obviously it's a different responsibility, but we've made a commitment to affordable housing projects over the years, and we have done that by adding money into reserves each year for our contributions towards that. And so the county is looking at working with another project in Minden area that the county will be contributing to. So one of the things that Dysart doesn't have in their budget right now is any kind of contributions, financial contributions towards housing projects. So Larry talked about housing projects. We know we have 2 coming up that aren't approved or anything, but we are working with the college, and we're also going to be working with Places for People, and there could be more. And I know when the Whispering Pines came forward to Dysart Council many years ago, Dysart did contribute and did some waiving of fees for building permit, some capital connections, and I won't be able to, I don't want to say things out of order or what we did contribute, but there was financial contributions to help that project go forward. And so that was a hit on the budget that year. I don't even remember how that got actually financed. I'm not sure, Barbara, if you were here at the time when Whispering Pines was first going in. So I just wonder if Dysart should be proactive in having some kind of a reserve to help to get these projects going forward. So whether it doesn't necessarily mean that we're giving money to the college or giving money to places for people, it's just in a general sense to have money set aside for housing projects, whether it be for studies or Dysart's contributions, that type of thing. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, yeah, perhaps maybe through tomorrow we can get some money set aside for, as was mentioned, strategic planning, but it's also, we have to have a very comprehensive planning. It's not like things such as our environment and shoreline and septic, that's all one package, but it's also a thing as a community in terms of, as you're mentioning, we got to have affordable housing, to be able to make this community work. We've got to have community centers. We've got to have, there's all kinds of different things that all work towards the, the growth and the enhancement of our community. But I think where to start is perhaps some special council meetings that, at least enable us to start getting this stuff on the radar, determining what our options are in terms of some of these planning and the dollar figures. But a starting point is perhaps some funding towards tomorrow's budget to deal with the higher end of the strategic planning and the different needs that have to be ferreted out and put together for a longer term health of sustainability of our community.
Anyone else want to comment on that, or how do we go, how do we prepare ourselves financially year over year if an organization or an opportunity arises? We don't really have that. It's certainly not in our regular budget. We have to take it out of a development reserve. So do we set up a separate reserve to specifically deal with housing? I don't know. Just throwing it out on the table for conversation. Councillor Smith?
Well, I'd say it's an interesting idea, but we need to have that discussion where we as council talk about our priorities and where does this one fit compared to that one, and reach some alignment around it. One could reasonably argue that a contribution of land for the college residents, a potential contribution of land for a housing development is enough or more than enough. And we've got a lot of demands, and I listed off a bunch where we're not involved right now. We're assuming the lake associations are looking after the lakes. Well, not every lake has a lake association. Certainly, even those that do, not everybody's involved in that lake association or is a member of it. And there may be a role that we as a municipality that has a vested interest in ensuring that these lakes have a great long and are healthy forever and a life cycle. Look at that and say, what could we be doing? What should we be doing? What are other communities doing to fight invasive species? Invasive species aren't just on the lakes; they're all over our roadside. The climate change, huge impact. I mean, look at now. Think I'm going to be snowmobiling this weekend? Probably not. Will it ever get cold enough for the lakes to freeze over? I don't know. I was at a meeting the other day. Rains in January and February, that's our future. What are we doing about climate change? So there's a whole bunch of topics we could put on the table. And to pick any one at this point in time and say, well, we should devote some money for, housing, that may not be something that comes out in the top 3 or 4 once a council sits down and says, let's talk about priorities and let's decide. And if we've got 9 of them on the list, that means we don't have any, because you can't have that many priorities and make any progress on all of them. And so I'd be really reluctant to kind of just pick one without having taken the time as a council to have a thorough discussion and try and come to some sort of alignment.
Yeah, fair enough. I was just, like I say, just only because I know those are 2 projects coming up, and the land is definitely very significant. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is our asset management plan, which we haven't received yet. is there anything that we should have a heads up that we aren't putting in our budget and we're going to be in for a rude awakening? I certainly, I'm not sure if everyone read the papers on the neighboring municipalities' budget projections of their levy increase year over year if they were to maintain their assets. So I don't know, Barbara, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, so at this point, we haven't got the plan yet. We're still working on it. But just looking at, for instance, our roads budget, we did commit to increasing that this year to the 1.5 million. So there is some leverage there. As far as implementing the asset management plan, once we get it, I'm sure there's going to be some big numbers that are presented. Will we fix it in 1 year? Definitely not. But we definitely can, you know, plan ahead. And right now we are putting some money into the reserves for infrastructure. Perhaps we use some of that as part of the implementation. If council wants to put more money aside, that's open for discussion. But right now, not knowing what the final plan is, you know, I think it's pretty fair that we've got some extra leverage there at the moment. We've also got some federal gas tax funds that have been parked for future roads infrastructure as well. So we do have some opportunities there, but until we see the actual numbers to put a concrete plan in place, I would say we just have to wait.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's what I had a feeling your answer was, but it was something that I had in my notes to ask about. So thank you. Any further questions for today? Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Not so much a question, but your last comment and question of Barbara reminded me I had forgotten to ask Rob what was up. And that's about bridges. You've started a reserve of $60,000 for bridges. You know, Coleman Lake is a small little bridge. We didn't build a new bridge. We just put a top on it, and it cost us $300,000. We've got a lot of bridges in our community, and I wonder if $60,000 is enough to be setting aside for the next bridge repair or replacement. You know, that frankly could measure $1 million if we had to replace a bridge. And you know, even something like Pilar, the one that we talked about a couple of years ago, that had some issues because of heavy trucks. So maybe we should check with Rob, and I don't know if the asset management plan yet gives you any guidance on that, but it's something that concerned me that when I was looking over his numbers, I thought, wow, 60 grand, that's not, I mean, it's a lot of money, but relative to bridges, it's nothing.
You can, I don't know if the county keeps their meetings online from the other day, the bridge needs study, right, Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
10 million over 8 years.
Yeah. It's the problem of building too many things at the same time, and there's a big bubble of things that are 50, 60 years old that need mega repair. So can we just not, that will be answered today, but if you noted that is the reserves for bridges sufficient? Good question. If there's nothing else for today, this is a really great start, fabulous start actually. And again, I thank you, Barbara, for that. And we will meet as council on Tuesday. And so we'll have more detail on the proposed roads construction with names of roads on that. So that'll be interesting for discussion that day. And then we do have a second budget meeting set aside. Again, we are not going to have committee of the whole in January due to the fact that it worked well this week. It would have been just too many meetings kind of bunched up together, and so not productive. So we're going to just have the budget meeting and a council meeting in January. And then by February, we'll be back on track to our committee of the whole and our council meeting schedule. So just to remind you. So if nothing else today, I need a motion to confirm the proceedings of today. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-78, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on December 11th, 2020, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? That's carried. And before we adjourn, just as a reminder, if you have a question to Barbara, that's totally fine. Email her the question. She will email and hit reply all, so that all of council has the question and the answer, so that we all have the same information. Okay, so motion to adjourn. Councillor Donaldson and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council adjourn its special meeting held on December 11th, 2020 at 1:28 p.m. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Be safe on the roads this weekend or whatever weather is coming. And we'll see you all on Tuesday morning. Okay, thank you. Bye now.